Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
One question. So is that all you
outside,
got?
inside, we don't stop. Go worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop.
Some updates to Destin, a new vehicle, and special new skins. All this and more as we dive into the Update 19.2 patch report. First up, Destin is getting some additional cover in several areas, as well as more cell towers, ascenders, and fuel pumps. You'll also now notice the passage of time and even shifting weather patterns in your Destin games. If your match is going long and you're starting to feel hangry, look out for the newest Battlegrounds vehicle, the food truck. This sturdy vehicle holds a driver and passenger, while up to 2 others serve up hot food and even hotter lead in the back. There's also new heavy stock in the game to try out on your favorite stock-slotted weapon. You may remember us talking about an animation refresh some time back. This update, you'll start to see the fruits of those efforts with new animations for all weapon operations and player motions. Check them out and let us know what you think. For those looking to really pimp their ride, we've added new special vehicle skins to the game. Our first set will turn your run-of-the-mill Coupe RB into a sleek and sexy McLaren GT. Customize paint, rims, and even your brakes. These customizations can be crafted in the workshop or by collecting rewards from the new McLaren Crafters Pass. But before you go betting your pink slip, while it may look like a McLaren, it still performs like a regular old coupe. There's quite a bit more to learn about these updates and more, so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 19.2 is here, so drop in, wax up that new McLaren, and serve up some chicken dinner, extra bullets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
block, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop.
Some updates to Destin, a new vehicle, and special new skins. All this and more as we dive into the Update 19.2 patch report. First up, Destin is getting some additional cover in several areas, as well as more cell towers, ascenders, and fuel pumps. You'll also now notice the passage of time and even shifting weather patterns in your Destin games. If your match is going long and you're starting to feel hangry, look out for the newest Battlegrounds vehicle, the food truck. This sturdy vehicle holds a driver and passenger, while up to 2 others serve up hot food and even hotter lead in the back. There's also new heavy stock in the game to try out on your favorite stock-slotted weapon. You may remember us talking about an animation refresh some time back. This update, you'll start to see the fruits of those efforts with new animations for all weapon operations and player motions. Check them out and let us know what you think. For those looking to really pimp their ride, we've added new special vehicle skins to the game. Our first set will turn your run-of-the-mill Coupe RB into a sleek and sexy McLaren GT. Customize paint, rims, and even your brakes. These customizations can be crafted in the workshop or by collecting rewards from the new McLaren Crafters Pass. But before you go betting your pink slip, while it may look like a McLaren, it still performs like a regular old coupe. There's quite a bit more to learn about these updates and more, so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 19.2 is here, so drop in, wax up that new McLaren, and serve up some chicken dinner, extra bullets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. some updates to Destin, a new vehicle, and special new skins. All this and more as we dive into the Update 19.2 patch report. First up, Destin is getting some additional cover in several areas, as well as more cell towers, ascenders, and fuel pumps. You'll also now notice the passage of time and even shifting weather patterns in your Destin games. If your match is going long and you're starting to feel hangry, look out for the newest Battlegrounds vehicle, the food truck. This sturdy vehicle holds a driver and passenger, while up to 2 others serve up hot food and even hotter lead in the back. There's also new heavy stock in the game to try out on your favorite stock-slotted weapon. You may remember us talking about an animation refresh some time back. This update, you'll start to see the fruits of those efforts with new animations for all weapon operations and player motions. Check them out and let us know what you think. For those looking to really pimp their ride, we've added new special vehicle skins to the game. Our first set will turn your run-of-the-mill Coupe RB into a sleek and sexy McLaren GT. Customized paint, rims, and even your brakes. These customizations can be crafted in the workshop or by collecting rewards from the new McLaren Crafters Pass. But before you go betting your pink slip, while it may look like a McLaren, it still performs like a regular old coupe. There's quite a bit more to learn about these updates and more, so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 19.2 is here, so drop in, wax up that new McLaren, and serve up some chicken dinner, extra bullets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Day 3 for PCS 7 APAC upon us here. 5 games to go to close out week 1, where Cerberus currently lead almost close to about 30 points, re-establishing the lead that they've had for so long after it did get whittled down a little bit yesterday, Jordan, only to then get topped back up.
Yeah, and I think that was the big talking point, wasn't it? We sort of thought that maybe Day Trade, Theraton 5, they were going to be able to make a run-in for the top spot in that last game of the day, but second place, 12 kills for Cerberus. In the final game, kind of brought them back on top once again in a fairly solid capacity, but obviously if we see another day like yesterday, then Cerberus is going to have something to worry about heading into next week.
Of course, a reminder for the overview, especially considering today is the final day for week 1 of APAC and the Americas. But don't fret, we'll be back next week, of course. And then from there, Europe and Asia will take over. Yesterday was all about Miramar. Today, though, all about Erangel. 3 games on Erangel, and then obviously the 2 on Miramar to close out our 5 matches that will be played today. It's been so far a very even competition though, Jordan. Probably the most even APAC competition we've had in a long while. Despite saying that though, of course, Cerberus kind of leading the way. But if you were to kind of put a line through them, really from second, really down to maybe 14th, all within about 30-40 points of each other. So far, we've had a very, very good competition here for APAC.
Yeah, and considering there's still a whole week to go, plus an extra day that we're going to get to watch today, a lot of that can definitely change over the next 4 days of competition. A lot of the teams are going to be focusing in on the prize money. It's a big deal, but also something that we do need to touch on is the PGC points on offer. Really, really important for, you know, obviously those top teams, the likes of Cerberus, the likes of Day Trade, Theraton 5 probably as well. Even teams that are at the bottom of the standing right now, Team Bliss, they're going to be thinking about that because they want to go to PGC as well. and they're not backing up their PCS 6 performance. Here's the Fantasy League, Xenox. It's been going, look, I'll say a little bit better yesterday for myself than it did on day one, but I'm still not feeling too great about it. Either way, these are the top picks, and if you're picking any of these guys, you're probably feeling pretty happy. No surprises. I literally have not got a single one of these guys in my team, so egg on my face.
Yeah, no, neither. I was looking down towards 16th, and I was like, no, I got none of them. My closest is Jowman on 45 points, and we can see that here, actually, sort of who's leading the way. Well, I've somewhat caught up a little bit to Saga. Chunk's very much out in front, and Jordan dead last is the way I would put it. And look, one thing, though, that is all common, except for Chunks, is we've all been spurned by Monty and Team Bliss, very much, well, not really leading the way. But what about Tycoon? 1% leading the front out of all of the players. 10,000 was listed as a sub. For those that maybe had some kind of information, insider information, that he was going to play, absolute bargain. But let's be real, anyone who probably did pick him, Jordan, probably just picked him because they picked 3 guys that were super expensive and like, oh, we'll just pick a sub for the 4th guy. And how about that? Your 4th guy, your sub, is now leading.
Yeah, I think you definitely would have had some kind of insider information if you were to legitimately pick him as a genuine choice rather than, oh yeah, he's 10k as a sub, I'm going for 3 big picks. You know, there would have definitely been 1 or 2 people that would have known, and they would have known that he's going to be playing. They would have known he's going to play well, and they picked him up, and very, very solid performance from him as an individual. Saw that yesterday as well. He was a very big proponent of the success in that last game for Cerberus, which is what has kept them on top. They did have a reasonable day yesterday, but it was far and away not as good as what they had on day one. In contrast, actually, Day Trade and Theraton 5 in particular were very consistent yesterday. Very, very solid. Barely even dropped out of the top 5 or 6 for Theraton 5. Day Trade were a little bit more streaky. They had some bigger games, but weren't able to put us sort of hold it together on a wrangle. It does make me a little bit concerned coming into today. Maybe that Day Trade's going to struggle a bit more because we do have 3 games of a wrangle today and just the 2 of Miramar. Obviously, we sort of spoke at length yesterday about how Miramar was Day Trade's playground, and you're going to get to see that here in this graphic. They picked up a 1st, a 3rd, and a 5th when it came to the Miramar games that we've seen. Sorry, I should say actually a 4th, a 1st, a 3rd, a 5th, and a 2nd when we've been speaking about Miramar games. So as far as their consistency is concerned, Miramar has just been absolute king for Day Trade, but they really have let themselves down on a wrangle a little more so with like a 13th and a 15th to close out the day yesterday.
Obviously not even on this graphic when it comes to Erangel, and this is why Cerberus are leading at the moment. They're on both graphics. They've done it on Miramar, they've done it on Erangel. Buriram have had a lot more of their success on Erangel and obviously less so on Miramar. So 2 very much important graphics to be highlighted there. I mean, arguably, we've seen it time and time again in all competitions gone by. If you are able to play both maps at a very high level, your chances of winning absolutely skyrocket. You cannot just rely on one or the other. So really coming into today, I think I'm looking towards Day Trade. That's probably my team to watch. Can they turn their form around on Erangel? If the answer becomes yes, then suddenly you've got your contender for Cerberus in terms of, you know, an actual head-to-head moving forward overall and not just on the one map. And then that would mean you've got the 2 teams playing well on both Miramar and Erangel. Another team I sort of want to highlight down towards the bottom, Team Bliss, Jordan. Now, this might be a bit of a tough weekend for the Team Bliss fans, but here's some hope for them. Going into day 3 of week 1, PCS 6, Team Bliss had not found a win. They weren't doing all that well, and guess what? They won the first 2 games of day 3, then they got a 4th place, a whole bunch of kills. They had an amazing day, and that really set them up going into week 2, where they eventually finished in the top 5. Now, if they were able to replicate those kind of numbers and have that kind of night, they would probably go from last, middle of the pack. You then have another good week 2 from middle of the pack, maybe to top 5. And if that does happen, PGC could still be on the cards. So it's a big, big day for them as well. When we sort of talk about teams that can qualify for PGC, they basically need to be in or around that sort of top 5 position. More importantly, ahead of Archangel Predator and the Expendables, which at the moment AAP 6th and the Expendables in 10th.
Yeah, it was actually not looking quite as bad in that respect for Team Bliss going into yesterday, but then Archangel Predator, they started off with the win, the 13-kill win, and they sort of rounded things out with a pretty decent game for themselves as well after a bit of a dip in form in the middle, whereas for Team Bliss in particular, they didn't really get too much done beyond that second place. And even the second place, they only had a few kills in there. I don't know what it is for Team Bliss. Maybe it's just a lack of confidence, a lack of form, something like that. But I think you're exactly right. They are going to need something in the vein of a couple of big wins today to get them back in the conversation. Yeah. And obviously, that's assuming that, as you mentioned, teams like Archangel Predator and I guess as well, the Expendables, another one to note in kind of close proximity when it comes to those PGC points. They'd be hoping to see both of them, those two teams struggling. Obviously, funnily enough, both of those teams respectively able to get themselves a win yesterday. So seems to be on the rise for Archangel Predator and the Expendables. Can't quite say the same for Team Bliss. Speaking of Oceanic teams, though, Xenox, I think there is one team that I want to highlight from yesterday we haven't spoken about yesterday, and that is Origami Orangutans. They came out, they had that second place with 15 kills. Quite frankly, it should have been a win. I would very much argue they should have been able to convert that one. And they also had a win to round the day out. Yeah, there was a couple of disappointing performances in there as well. A 14th 0 kills, an 11th 0 kills. But as far as teams from the Oceanic region are concerned, it's Origami Orangutans that are flying that flag for the moment. And so that's where I think most of the fans are going to be looking to see the performances continue.
Yeah, and that was kind of going to be my next topic, I guess. The teams that finished strong yesterday on the two maps of Erangel that we had, one of those being the Orangutans, the other being Buriram, which we saw that graphic earlier before. Obviously, they've been able to find quite a lot of points on Erangel. They get 3 more goes at it really to start here for day 3. So, I'm probably looking towards Buriram, keeping up that sort of pace, playing well on Erangel, could then challenge top 2, top 3, maybe by the end of the day if they can find a little bit of form on the last 2 maps of Miramar. A couple of other teams to note, of course, SGD, Theraton 5, E-Arena. All of these kind of teams, Jordan, in and around the top 7 at the moment, and all trying to basically get into PGC. And for the most part, it's either win, second place, and other things go their way to get into PGC. Along with Buriram, of course, you sometimes forget that even though Buriram is a household name when it comes to APAC in the PCS era, they missed out on PCS 6. So they got no points from that event. They have to either win or finish second. So there's a whole bunch of teams in that top 7 at the moment that basically need to either be winning this event, finishing second, and maybe even third, and other things go their way. So a lot to fight for, and a lot of form that needs to be taken into week 2. If you finish strong here on day 3, and you have that sort of momentum, you can really carry that into the second week. Go back, Bob review, you're feeling a little bit happy. If you have a down night tonight, though, and you really fall behind points-wise, it can be demoralizing as we head into what is officially match 11. But our first game of the night for day 3, PCS at 7 APAC. We head to Erangel for 3 maps and then Miramar to close out week 1.
Yeah, I'd say the only teams that are feeling pretty safe about their chances of going through to PGC are Cerberus Daytrade and Theraton 5. They're sort of repeat performers from PCS 6 and so far into PCS 7. They've probably done enough already to pretty much secure themselves at least a top 8 finish as long as they have a halfway decent week number 2. And that in itself will be enough points in addition to what they achieved in PCS 6 to be able to go through to PGC. Obviously, Daytrade with the win in PCS 6. They are already on 200 points. And it's hard to imagine anyone's going to be able to knock them out of, at the very least, the top 6, if not even maybe the top few spots for the PGC race here in APAC. Either way, though, that's a conversation I think that we will definitely get into a little bit deeper next week. See how things do pan out as we start off on Erangel. Origami Orangutans on their way down. And did already see a little bit of shenanigans going on for GE. A little bit of a run over there from some team damage, but it should be fine this early in the game to get that res. It is a hard southern shift, and Team Bliss might be looking at that as quite a welcome sight. They've been really struggling so far in this competition, but they are the only military-based team, and now they've got what should amount to be a military-based finish. So what can they do here? How can they capitalize on that? That's going to be a big question, a big storyline for us here in Game 1.
Yeah, it certainly would be. I mean, even though they are obviously a military-based team, sometimes you get those kind of circles, Jordan, and it can be still very difficult to kind of navigate and play those. But I think Team Bliss have obviously been in this position so many times before. They'll know what they need to do, and while it may not be a guarantee win, it does generally guarantee a top 8 finish and gives you a couple of kills. So a good way for them to get involved is probably the best way to phrase it, right? Get involved, get a couple of kills, you're in good positions. All of those kind of things can lead to good habits and build some good form going into the rest of the day. So that's the perfect start. That's the dream start for them. The fact that they do not even have to go and rotate off of Sosnovka Island, for example, as we look at Cerberus, more importantly, Tycon, 7 kills in the previous match to close out yesterday. And what a game it was, really, for Cerberus, Jordan, in that final game. I don't think we really touched on it enough because they didn't actually get the win, but 12 kills, second place, really helped them re-solidify the lead that they once had that, as I said at the sort of beginning of the pre-show discussion, did eventually get dwindled down to as low as 10 points. That was the gap, down to 10 points, and now it's shot all the way back out to 26 points. So that one game did them a world of good coming into day 3.
Yeah, they did also put the pain onto Buriram, which was the team I thought was actually going to knock them over in that one. It was a little bit of an awkward push over the hill, if you remember, from Buriram. They made a couple of mistakes, and Cerberus were able to punish them for it. And obviously, that's a big net positive for Cerberus, because Buriram is one of those teams that, at the time, kind of looked like they were starting to get relatively close by. First team over the bridge is going to be SGD. E-Arena were keeping an eye on things, but haven't really set themselves up with a bridge camp or anything like that just yet, if at all. And we'll see SGD go past relatively comfortably. So at the very least, we get a bit of insight as to where SGD thinks this zone is going to be headed. They believe it's headed down to the military island, and so they'll try to hightail it across. Team Bliss, in the meanwhile, have also sort of set up shop inside of the military base. And we're waiting to see which of the other teams are going to follow suit. Daytrade have already sent Poochills across on a rotate on a boat. He's locking down the far southern side of the island just to make for another rotate in for Daytrade. I'll be assuming that they've got a boat there in Primorsk. Be a late one in for Teraton 5 as well, Xenox. They have a long way to travel, so they may just spend a bit of extra time here in the zone looting up and making sure they've got as much utility to work with as possible.
You know what would be nice as a spectator is if we could actually have like a little vehicle icon on the map so that we could see if there's vehicles in certain locations. I think that'd be just a cool little neat feature. Something you could even just toggle on and off. Because obviously you don't want to litter the whole map, and maybe if you could even say, I only want to see boat icons, I think that'd be kind of cool, but surprised that hasn't actually been implemented. It's been so many years. Either way, I mean, it's a standard phase 1 circle down towards military base where everyone's just obviously going to get moving early, but despite that, you've still got a couple of teams more on the northern side. The Orangutans, you've got MS Chonburi, for example, over towards Yasnaya. Orangutans being in North Georgia, actually. So all of those are prioritizing loot and coming in late. And you can kind of do that because there is still quite a large portion of Erangel inside for this phase 1 circle. So if you do get in late, that's not too much of a hindrance. The problem is you're not really going to get those really good positions in and around Sosnovka Island. So you'll be coming in late there. I don't think it'll be too much of an issue in terms of bridge camping, for example, as we've seen the kill feed, actually, New Generation. A little double run over there for Teddy. A couple of New Generation members getting knocked down and, well, now subsequently finished off. Not ideal for the team in second last position at the moment. But, yeah, overall, those teams that are far up north, Teraton 5 being another one, and same with Genius Esports, probably time to get moving shortly as KM99 of E-Arena. It was an intriguing day for E-Arena yesterday, and that's not a good start either. Probably should have won that fight against Mad Dog. Larix, though, good trade. Needed that. After KM99 lost his fight, they needed something to go their way, and a bit of help from Sapnix as well. Good spread headshot. Nando able to win that fight, and Sizzy trying to get the flank, not going to find it immediately. 2 down, 2 up for both teams.
CJ is snaking in the grass. Izzy now knows he's got to play a 2-on-1. Has a nade in hand. That could well land. Nan needs to be careful. It's done a bit of damage, but not enough to get that knock. Sapnix and KM99 could well be picked up here if E-Arena is able to clean this fight up comfortably, and Nan just goes for a bit of a cheeky peek. Now it's on to CJ. 1-on-2. He does give away his position, and that's not going to go very well for him. Archangel Predator, the first team eliminated on day 3. Larix is going to win that duel on 2 HP. Zizi was very low as well. I mean, look at that. By the barest of margins, E-Arena is going to win that fight, but they're going to be able to get all 4 members back up. So you'll take that. That's fantastic. It's a great start to the day. 4 kills, 4 points, all 4 players alive. Good stuff.
Yeah, and not just for E-Arena, but, you know, the likes of the Expendables, Team Bliss, you kind of see AAP get wiped out in the kill feed, gives you obviously some confidence knowing that, of course, you're kind of fighting against them in the grand scheme of things for those PGC points. Little replay here, actually, of NGE. Now, of course, they did have 2 players get run over, and unfortunately, it seems like they've actually done the brunt of the damage themselves. Diane flipping the buggy, and don't tell me someone's then gone and run them over. PMA were actually in the vicinity. Bit of bad luck, bad timing, I guess. If you are going to flip your buggy and lose that sort of vehicle, You don't want to have someone else near you. And yeah, and then obviously KMF from long range. And Teddy just cleans up the mess that NGE basically created. Had you not flipped that buggy, no one dies. They'd have 4 players alive. Now it's just Young B and Van. So not ideal for NGE and what's been a rough tournament for them so far. But I guess that's just APAC things, Jordan. We're so used to seeing vehicle incidents.
Yeah, and speaking of, Simon's not going anywhere quick.
Good timing. Thank you, Simon, for even just further backing up my point.
Yeah, just reinforcing it again and again. Oh, dear. Either way, Genius do still have a few vehicles to work with. And maybe they'll just set up shop in Milta here for the moment and sort of try to get themselves reset. PMA look like they'll be the next team to try to cross the bridge. Again, no bridge camps on either side. All teams really just focused on trying to get themselves into the best possible position down onto the military island. I'm still keeping an eye on Daytrade, Buriram, and Icarus. Those are the 3 teams that have opted to go for the naval route. Buriram have already made it across. Daytrade are in the process of doing so from the eastern side of the map. From the western side of the map, and Icarus are doing so from the eastern side of the map. But Daytrade do have the advantage of having already sent Poochils over as a bit of a forward scout. Here goes Icarus. All of them in the one boat. And they'll be lucky that Buriram's not watching the cliff anymore. They've started to move their way inland, and it'll probably end up being a world where Icarus is sort of matching Buriram's movements, but probably a good couple of minutes behind them. Oh, gee, you found a boat as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there's still a boat there, actually. That's interesting. At this point, 45 seconds left in phase 1. Majority of teams on Sosnovka Island. Although, in fairness, there's actually quite a lot still on the mainland. So, mainly in part because there were so many teams really up far north. So, not too surprising, I guess. But one thing that is happening at the moment is most teams are actually situating themselves for somewhat of a northern Sosnovka Island circle positioning. The only team sort of south of the military base is Daytrade and Icarus. Icarus, of course, coming in late by boat, that naval route, as you said. But Daytrade's positioning is super far away from everyone else. Here's the map feed, perfectly timed. So you can see how far south they are. I think everyone else is anticipating, because there's so much up north, still on that mainland of Erangel, probably not expecting an ultra hard south shift. So may still be towards the north side. And yeah, that is exactly what has happened. Rain knocked down. Theraton 5 have actually gone for a bit of a camp here on the rotation of the orangutans, knowing full well that they were in North George. Theraton 5 were in South George. They knew that they were going to be rotating late in behind them, and they've caught them here on the edge of the blue. Really well played, and unfortunately for the orangutans, they just get kind of caught napping a little bit here. They've followed the same rotation path of T5. They get punished. 4 easy kills for T5. They'll take that. And not only that, but this circle going north and keeping the mainland in means T5 not going to be coming in all that late. They don't have to worry too much about the blue. I mean, you've got the entire Lighthouse Bridge still in as well here for Phase 2. And it's a very northern circle, Jordan. A lot of the beach for Sosnovka Island is going to be a big factor. The hills as well, just outside the military base. It has forced Daytrade, Icarus on that south side to start moving up north as well.
Yeah, really solid stuff from Theraton 5. Very unfortunate for Origami Orangutan. What can you do there? But Patton Pong, 3 kills in that engagement. Once again, just continuing to perform for this squad. He was, I think, the standout yesterday, and looks to be today as well. Cerberus is definitely a team to keep an eye on. They've already set themselves up on the island. It's a very awkward shift, actually, because there's still half of the circle up towards the northern island and half of it down towards the southern island. So not only is that a problem, given that, you know, you still have to sort of split and hedge your bets, which, again, you'd probably be hedging south, but it means that the water is still involved, and that's a very large portion of the circle, which means, again, there's not really a whole lot of room to work with for teams that haven't already set themselves up on the northern side of Sosnovka Island. SGD have run into Daytrade, and Belmoth has gone down pretty early on in the piece. Flash might as well, if he gets that grenade going astray.
Not ideal for a lot of the Fantasy League Belmoth pickers, who I think he's top 4 at the moment, goes out rather early. And remembering, Daytrade is a team that really need to find some form here on Erangel. It's been all Miramar for them. The 5 games that they played on Miramar, I mean, I think they were number 1, what we saw in the graphic. I think it was 60 points. Nowhere to be seen on Erangel. And it's, again, issues for them. Did they go too south, Jordan? Did they? Everyone else was north side of military base. They were the only team to go south side, and now that forces them to rotate more than anyone else coming in late. They go for the hill position, but everyone else is already sort of around that location. They can obviously shoot. They can sort of pepper them. And that means that they will get punished. Losing Belmoth, not ideal, down to 3 players, and you're still in the sightlines of, players like Shen. Very easy to get caught, lose a player here, like Flash or Poochills, if they just overpeak a position too long, stand still for too long. You can see Poochills, he takes a tag, and that's not even from SGD. That might have been from Buriram in the military base.
I was going to say, not to mention Buriram in the military base, and even then Icarus as well is having to come up from the south, so there's a pretty good chance they're going to have to go past Day Trade in some capacity. And that's going to continue to further cause problems in that area of the map. Cerberus putting some points on the board there with that kill. Up to 105 now.
It can go north here.
Yeah, it could. And that would be a real thorn in the side of everyone, pretty much except for Theraton 5. The Arena would probably be pretty happy to see it as well, but doesn't surely go south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not completely hard south though, right? So a lot of the military base is
Cerberus going to get the feed though, aren't they? Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, really good position for Cerberus here. I think also Team Bliss in a very, very good spot. They'll be able to farm the teams coming out of military base, out of C block area. And not only that, but SGD, Day Trade, whoever sort of wins that exchange towards the southwest, if they do try and push over to Team Bliss's position, I think that's a further chance for Bliss to find some kills. They've got to find kills this game from that spot. If you're holding those hills, you've got to try and find some kills as teams try and push onto your location, or you can even sort of, as I said, try and farm the teams pushing out of military base late. I think the one concern would be maybe like Genius Esports if they happen to just wrap onto them at the right time. But other than that, if you're Bliss, you're probably not worrying about any teams further north of you. They'll be staying in their locations, holding their positions, such as Cerberus, the Expendables, PMA. Day Trade, though, once again, they're going to have to get moving here, and they still have to contend with SGD, and you're down a player. So you're heading into Phase 3, Phase 4, and you're not fully equipped for those sort of team fights. Taking these pot shots onto Icarus, I mean, that is a mile-away shot, not even worth it, really.
It'd be a miracle, really. Yeah. And even if you did hit it, you're not going to be killing anyone, so fair enough. But I'm really interested to see what Theraton 5 is going to do here. I think they're kind of in a similar position to Icarus, where it sort of ends up being damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, I mean, yeah, Icarus, they're going to go for a wrap around the side, but is that necessarily going to make their job any easier? They're going to run into GE. They can't go in through the military base itself because Buriram have set up shop there. Run into a building, which is less than ideal. But, yeah, as soon as they come up this hill, GE is going to be looking down on them, raining hellfire. And Icarus, all 4 players in one vehicle, are going to take themselves a long time to get sorted in any kind of battle formation. Cloris is going to have the time of his life right here. No, he won't. 1 for 1. Yuta, though, is able to strike as well. And, I mean, that's the end of Icarus, isn't it? Exactly as I said. What are you really going to do? All 4 players in one car. We've seen how that ends. You remember the clip from last season?
Yeah, and they'll get Cloris out as well pretty comfortably. Buriram, through that mess, have been able to push out of C block and start making their way up towards the hills. Bliss not being too aggressive on them, so they've allowed that to happen. They'll be pushing on to Genius, expecting that fight soon. And yeah, Day Trade, I feel like in some ways I've tried to sort of envision this happening over the last 5 minutes or so. Jordan, it hasn't worked out for them. Late rotates, tough positions. They've kind of caused it on themselves here. And again, it's just further compounding the fact that they just can't play Erangel. Doesn't matter where it is. We've seen enough of a sample size so far here for PCS7. It is what is keeping them at bay from being a top 2 team right now. They're great on Miramar. They're Erangel, utterly appalling.
Well, I mean, they've only got themselves really to blame for that because the fact that Theraton 5 has beaten them to that position is pretty egregious. Theraton 5 was the last team off of the Northern Island. Day Trade was pretty much right next to it. And unfortunately, Theraton 5 is able to just get there, set themselves up, and then beat Day Trade to the punch. I know Day Trade was sort of already there, but it was more a case of Theraton 5 kind of getting on top of them. But in reality, you have to be prepared for that, right? Teams are going to head in your direction. I know you're down to the 3 players, which makes life a bit more difficult. But Day Trade unable to hold strong this time. And as you say, that is maybe the difference between them being the first place team and the second place team right now is their performances on Erangel so far.
Big fight brewing here, though. Edge of the circle for Phase 4. Buriram and Genius Esports nades do go out. Somewhat of an effect there, landing onto Zest, 30 damage, and for whatever reason, we sort of helicopter view over towards MS Chom, Buriram from the future, who are rotating outside of the blue. Tade, though, gets a nice knockdown onto Skeet. Not ideal for MS Chonburi, considering they were meant to be the aggressors here. Zas, we come back to this fight with Genius. It's actually from the future. Trick. So we've got about 3 teams now log jamming over towards this position. Make it 4 technically with MS Chonburi as well. And Buriram maybe just smelling blood in the water here. A chance to push up. Really, I guess a chance as well to find some kills. And surely the smokes, though, obscuring a lot of the vision. No nades. Molotov may just do the trick, though. Cheeksing taken down.
Whoa.
Nade from Nordra as
Wow.
well, landing onto Simon. And yeah, Genius Esports just explode before the eyes of Buriram.
Yeah, and that's the Buriram we know and love. Decisive, fast, powerful. They play the edge. It was always a big talking point, was that they were such a strong edge-based team, and you'd see lots of really big games out from them. Not always wins, but massive, massive fragging games, and this is starting to look a little bit more like it for Buriram of old.
Yeah. Well, their Erangel so far has been the best in the lobby. Oh, I think second best, I should say. Sorry, I think Cerberus take that mantle by a little bit. But second best in this lobby at the moment on Erangel has been Buriram, and you can kind of see why. And I think maybe a good example, the contrast between them and Daytrade. Daytrade rotating, not wanting to take fights, getting into bad positions. Buriram pushing at the right time, really sweeping, playing the fights when they've got the advantage. They just look a little bit more confident here on Erangel. That's got them up into the top 4 now, tied with SGD. And of course, remembering for Buriram, they need to be winning this event or second or third and hoping other things go their way. So they need to also then probably translate the form that they've got on Erangel into Miramar, but for right now, you've got 3 games on Erangel to really capitalize as SGD make their move. They've already lost 1 and another on the floor in Sophia, so only Jervis and Shen here in front of us will be the 2 remaining for SGD, as Sapnix for E-Arena finding that kill will finish him off. And not a bad little game so far for E-Arena. 5 kills, still 3 players alive. What is becoming a pretty wounded lobby. 34 from the 12 teams left as we click a little bit closer to that 20-minute mark.
Just quietly, don't mind this actually for Theraton 5, their side of the zone. It is a little bit busy, but the vast majority of teams over there are wounded in some way. Daytrade's down to 1, EA now are actually down to 2, assuming that kill gets converted, and SGD are also down to 2. So I can definitely see a world, especially with this circle shift, that Theraton 5 is able to clear their side of the zone out, start to focus on all the teams wrapping in from the other side, and have a clear, clean way to victory from here on out, which is kind of surprising considering the way that the circle was a bit awkward
Shen's
for them
here
to begin with.
I don't think he spotted Zizzy on the tree, and Zizzy has actually spotted Shen. Oh, what a spray though to Lyrics, who actually survived pretty well. Does get flushed as well by Shen, picks up a critical kill. A very important point for SGD. Zizzy pushes out. He's actually flashed himself, doesn't matter, gets the kills anyway. So E-Arena go to 7 kills, only 1 player left, but in terms of points gained, Jordan, still a really good game for them. Nordra goes down for Buriram, so they go down to 3 players, courtesy of PMA, who they themselves have 3 players. What's intriguing to me, though, is despite this circle shift, Team Bliss only the 1 kill from this game. They're not pushing out. They're not really looking to capitalize. They're just holding their position. Great spray from 777. Man stays alive, so low on health. Can he survive much longer? Probably not.
I mean, that's actually insane from 777 to almost get 2 players knocked out of that UAS in 1 spray. Man, very lucky to be alive. He's just sent it inside of the center zone, and he's going to try to keep his head down as much as possible, which is kind of what Team Bliss have been doing so far. You talked about that. You mentioned it. Monty's got himself a knock.
They need more, though. They need to get some kills from this. Really try and sweep those teams on the edges. Try and be aggressive. Just the 1 kill, you've got a really good position. Yeah, you probably don't want to maybe push out too much. It depends on who's got vision of you. Obviously, Cerberus to their north. You've got PMA close by, Buriram to their south. If you do sort of push out and you make a mistake, maybe you do get collapsed on. So can kind of understand a little bit of that conservative approach. You know you've got a good position. If you push out, you might not be in a good position. So, and look, they're having a tough tournament at the moment, so you don't want to do too much wrong. They've got cover. You don't really want to move away from that, but this is what can then happen is you're allowing now PMA, you're allowing Buriram, and in some ways you're then allowing Cerberus to get onto your position, say in phase 6, phase 7. So it's going to be intriguing to watch how that sort of plays out. You look at T5 on the other hand, look at that minimap, look how much they're controlling of the circle out west. I mean, they're a team that's probably going to either win this game or top 3 at minimum.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the confidence levels are low at the moment for Team Bliss. You're just not seeing them play super decisively. They're not looking to take control of anything. They're not looking to take fights. They're just hiding away and hoping that when the fight does come to them, they're going to be able to answer it adequately. And that may not be the worst of strategies for the moment, but I think speaks to the confidence levels of the team at the moment. I mean, they are inside of some buildings, so, you know, how aggressive do you really want to see them being? But
look at the position
it's more
of T5.
of a overall trend.
Rosita Jr. down to the south. He's able to make sure no one's pushing in behind them. You've got Exquisite that's able to push up north. Now Pat and Pong and Ranger push forward. I mean, they've got the hill and the high ground advantage as well. Obviously, you've got a couple of solo players close by, but look at all of those teams out east, Jordan. They're there because Team Bliss is not pushing out. They're sitting in their compounds. They're allowing PMA to survive. They're allowing Buriram to push up. Cerberus have been able to sort of sit up north and not really, I don't think in the sight line, so that's not really their issue. But PMA, Buriram, you got to go and kill these teams. Put the pressure on. Put the blue at their back. And it's just not quite happening. And what's this going to allow in the end is T5 are just going to get full circle control. I think they're going to win this game.
Well, they've been looking good, at least in the days that we've been broadcasting. Not such a great start for Teraton 5, but they've really changed it up on day 2, and it seems like day 3 is not going to slow down at all for Teraton 5 either. Speaking of slowing down, Cerberus, they may start to run into some problems now as they start to work their way around the eastern side of the map. They're coming down from the northeast, and they've run into PMA, who just have perfect angles onto them. Himas has got the better of I'm Pete.
They're going to get sandwiched.
And he's
here.
also got KMF as well. So Mr. Clay's the last one actually alive here. Shouldn't win this duel. Was low HP when it started. And so Cerberus actually survive. Can they get all their players back up, though, is going to be a bit of a question mark, because now Team Bliss is starting to go on a bit of an excursion. Bryn with a very nicely placed nade does take down Himas.
They got Cerberus to their north, they got Buriram to their south, and if Buriram, the only thing that's probably a savior right now for Bliss is that Buriram only have the 3 players. So they don't have Nordra. They don't have all 4 players. If they had all 4 players, you know how confident they are to sweep, to clear, to push. Buriram would have pushed up right on top of Bliss, really punished them, especially knowing they were fighting a team to the north in Cerberus. I think that's going to be the saving grace for Bliss. They do take out a very wounded Cerberus in the end. So 3 kills now for Team Bliss.
They're gonna lose Insight.
They will be pushing back over towards Buriram, but Rosita Jr. finds an angle onto Insight. Van goes down to Pat and Pong, so they deal with the solo player. They've got all the circle position. They've got a knock onto Bliss. They've played this perfectly, Jordan. Absolutely superb. And now Bliss have to deal with Buriram behind him up close and T5 on the other side of the circle up north, who have all of this control. And as soon as they hear the shots ring out between Buriram and Bliss, they're just going to push. They're going to pounce. They're going to win this game. They've got 10 kills. This is a massive statement from T5.
Yeah, Pat on Pom is just fragging out at the moment. He's winning aim duel after aim duel after aim duel. Now, Inside, he did actually get revived just in time, got behind a tree, and the smoke came out for Team Bliss, so they're back to full strength, 4v4v3. It is a much better looking scenario, though, as you say, for Teraton 5 than it is for Team Bliss, and obviously Buriram as well, both on the same side of the zone. Things could change relatively quickly, though, if Teraton 5 is forced to leave the safety of their hill. If they have to go down into that valley, there's not a huge amount of cover in there. There's obviously some trees and stuff like that, but yeah, if this circle shifts away from them, I think this could still actually be quite a tough one to win.
Yeah, that's probably the one circle they did not want. That's the one circle that could maybe spell a little bit of a disaster for T5. Running down that hill in the open, you can kind of see now from Pat and Pong, although really, you can kind of see the trees.
The tree cover is good.
That is sort of providing that cover. Not only that, but both Buriram and Team Bliss also need to push down their respective hills too. They also need to push down into this valley, and they'll be pushing down basically on top of each other unless Bliss try and wrap north onto T5. If that happens, boy, does that maybe give the game on a plate to Buriram. But Pat and Pong gets to an okay spot, not inside of the circle though, right? So he still has to push forward. They'll have some smokes available, in fact, just for Pat and Pong alone. But while Team Bliss are taking these shots and it looks like they're in a good position to punish Teraton 5, they have to move too, Jordan. They can't stay here forever. And Buriram's hearing these shots. They're kind of creeping up closer. The second that Bliss pushed down to the circle, I think Buriram's going to pounce, and then T5 will pounce on Buriram.
Rossiter Jr., he's on the run. He's going to be the one that, I guess, is left a little bit toward the back end to try to be the Overwatch, try to be the sniper to help Teraton 5, the rest of Teraton 5 at least, make their cross into the zone. It really doesn't feel like any of these teams are particularly comfortable. Cheeksing's found himself at Orb. I think that's very important to mention at this point in time. Could be really big, really important in a zone like this where you're still going to have long-range fights. And
this is a good position. Really good position.
Knocks are going to be really premium.
Yeah, and Insight goes down now because they're starting to push down the hill. So Teraton 5 were able to get to their positions. They're not even actually inside of the circle, but they get to a position where they can actually put the pressure onto Bliss pushing down. So how the tables have turned here on Team Bliss, where they were taking the pot shots onto T5. Now it goes back the other way. Buriram are pretty happy with this, though. They've actually picked up a really large portion of the control down south. They're setting up their vehicles with those trees. They've got the AWM, level 3 helmet, vest, etc. So I think Buriram's now probably taking the lead for me in terms of the chance of winning this game, despite Deraton 5 still having all their players alive. The nade onto Mirage lands at his feet. But while this is happening, Buriram are getting good position. Team Bliss, lamb to the slaughter right now by both teams. They are just getting cornered. They do lose a player. Bryn does find the kill, and a couple at least for Bliss in this, plus a top 3 finish. It's not bad. In fact, Rosita Jr., their chance for Deraton 5 to take back the lead in this game. Rosita Jr. with a big-time play. T5 will make it the chicken dinner in a massive statement to start day 3.
They got 14 kills in that as well, Xenox. They came from what was arguably one of the worst Phase 2 positions. They rotated across that bridge last. They were pretty much the last team onto Sosnovka Island, and then they dominated their side of the zone. Through and through. They went through a bunch of really solid teams, and even right there in the end, when the zone moves away from them, they show their command, they show their composure, and they're able to walk their way down the hill, take the fight against Team Bliss, obviously put them in a sandwich as well against Buriram, and then as Buriram starts to lose players, they capitalize on that on top of it as well. Deraton 5, what a fantastic game played, and it just continues to compound their consistency through from yesterday. I got to be honest with you, this is looking like a team to beat at the moment. I know Cerberus had a fantastic day 1, but from the games that we have watched, the 6 games now that both you and I have been able to cast, Deraton 5 for mine has looked like the best team here.
Yeah. I remember this is a team that obviously finished top 3 in PCS 6. They are a formidable outfit. 15 kill win in the end, Jordan, actually. So a respectable, a commendable performance from them. Gets them pretty close to Cerberus too as well. 17 points is now the gap there for first. So they are charging for that top spot. They want it. They want to be the winners for PCS 7. And honestly, when you look at their last 5 games, first, 6th, third, and first, one of those thirds with 10 kills, and of course the first with 15 kills. They are storming home. And I would say over the last 5 games, they're the most informed team at the moment. But it was just the way they played it. Sometimes you can get a little bit of circle luck, right? Sometimes you get a hard feed. You get 6 circles on top of you. They didn't get that. They had to push. They had to clear out the west side. They had to take hill advantage. They had to take fights, hence the 15 kills. And then at the end, they just played it perfectly. Didn't go into bad positions. Didn't go for the south. They actually wanted to block off Bliss from getting down their hill. In the end, that did actually allow Buriram to get south side, but Buriram just couldn't take the fight with them. Why? Because T5 still had a little bit of height advantage. We saw when Rosita Jr. peeked over, he just saw both of them down below, and it was just easy picking. So really, really well played towards the late game there for T5. That puts them on 34 placement points, 64 kills, which is only 2 kills behind Cerberus. So they are farming the lobby, those 2 teams in particular, but they're also now getting placement points.
Yeah, most definitely. The gap is starting to close as well between Cerberus and Deraton 5. It's in the realms of 20, a little bit under 20 even now, where it was around 30 going into today between Daytrade and Cerberus. So Deraton 5 able to leapfrog into second place and start to close the gap. Again, starts to feel a little bit more like what we were getting to see from yesterday. Cerberus under pressure. A couple of the other teams kind of moving their way up the rankings.
Yeah.
I mean, Buriram didn't have a bad game for themselves, so it's always nice to see that occurring as well. They've been pretty good over the last couple of days, and I wouldn't say they're a massive threat just yet for the top end of the scoreboard, but they are definitely keeping themselves in that conversation. And obviously, we should mention Team Bliss as well as NGE. Both of those teams really needed to have some kind of success to start this day off, and to a degree, they have. Second place with 4 kills for Team Bliss is nice. NGE, 4th place with 2 kills, also nice. And this is what I kind of agree with you, and I'm sure this is what you're going to say. Is it enough, though?
Yeah.
Because the way in which these second places are coming about for Team Bliss, we can look at the same one that they got yesterday. I believe that was the first game yesterday. They got only 3 kills in that. It doesn't give you the confidence. It doesn't make you feel as though this is going to be a dominant team, right? They're getting seconds because they're playing the zone well, and they're sort of being able to keep their heads down, but they're not winning crazy fights. They're not doing what Teraton 5 was able to do, where they just storm through an entire side of the map and say, yeah, we are throwing the gauntlet down to a bunch of teams.
What a significant performance from Reseda Jr. 5 kills, 760 damage. But the proportions, Jordan, are only like 33 and 34%, really highlighting the team performance, despite even a standout individual performance from Reseda Jr., a player that has really started to make a name for himself, and I think over the last couple of PCS events is really just having such a consistent form. But yeah, I mean, going back to that sort of Team Bliss discussion, right, with the circle that they had, I do understand that sometimes when you cop those circle feeds, it's hard to push out, it's hard to get those kills. But I also think that's a little bit of a cop-out. 21 kill points, lowest, dead last for kills, right? And then second last for placement points. There's just something going wrong. Something's not right at Team Bliss headquarters at the moment, and they need to figure it out. They just looked passive. They just didn't look like they wanted to take the game on. They didn't look like they wanted to punish Buriram or punish PMA for pushing close to their compound. Even just sort of taking risks. At no point did they really sort of step out of the compound and go and look for kills. Just no creativity from them so far this event. And we got a decent sample size now, 11 games played. We're almost halfway through this event. We're a third of the way through. So it's not the Team Bliss that we are used to seeing. And sort of like I said in the pre-show, Day 3 was when they turned it on last time, and that kind of built them a platform going into the second week. They finished 5th in the end for PCS 6 from really, I would say that third day. And they do start at least with that second place, but build from it. Getting that second place, that's great. You played it defensively, try and find some offense. And this is actually a team that has that offensive power. They just lost Nordra too early on, Buriram, I think, to really nail home what could have been a solid game for them. If they don't lose Nordra, they have that front line, they have that entry, they can find those kills. I think they would have honestly really punished Team Bliss a little bit earlier, and I think they would have ended up with, instead of 5 kills, maybe about 8 or 9 kills in second place. I think that could have been the game for them. So a bit of a missed opportunity for a team that is doing very, very well for themselves within the last 5 games or so, especially on Erenkel. For NGE, last place at the moment. The runovers, the issues, it just hasn't been their tournament so far.
Yeah, a little bit more of a positive sign for them, though, being able to stay alive into that top 4. Outside of that, there's only been one other top 5 placement from them so far in PCS, and that was a third with 1 kill. So I think they're kind of falling into the same boat as Team Bliss when they're fighting these higher placement games. They're not really being able to have big kill games, so they might be getting some placement points here and there, but they're not fully capitalizing on that opportunity. E-Arena, they're another bit of a conundrum, aren't they, right? We've seen some very good stuff from them, but we've seen some quite quiet stuff from them. Today's game, so far, actually not too bad. They got 7 kills, but also finished in 9th place, so didn't manage to get through into the placements.
They're just not surviving.
Yeah, I feel like they're kind of a hot and cold team, right? They do sometimes have some really, really good games, but they also just go missing in a couple more. And you also have to take into account that a lot of those kill points actually came from that early engagement against Archangel Predator that they, I would say, didn't just get over the line. They didn't win that necessarily by the skin of their teeth, but it could have gone very wrong for them. There was only a couple of players left on maybe a combined total 5 HP. So it could have definitely gone the other way, and then we would have been talking about EA in a much more negative light.
Well, speaking of talking about a team in a negative light, we kind of keep this going because Daytrade just cannot shake the Erangel woes, Jordan. For whatever reason, it's getting to the point where it's a little scary because it's really going to hurt them in the long run if they can't figure out a way to get some form on Erangel. And believe me, they have been the best team on Miramar by some stretch. I think it was 60 points on Miramar to Cerberus's 46 in second. That's a pretty decent size for one map. They can't get anything on Erangel, though. They are really struggling. I think it's 60 points on Miramar, 19 points on Erangel. That is staggering for a team of their caliber. The team that won PCS 6, Jordan, that dominated this lobby, dominated this region. They can't get Erangel to work for them. So they got 2 more chances here, of course, before we head back to Miramar for a little bit of time. They need to get some points here. Absolutely do or die if they are to compete with Cerberus.
I wonder what that split looked like on PCS APAC because on PCS APAC 6. In PCS 6, I actually think it was very similar, right? We were always talking about Daytrade being that team to really perform on Miramar, but very rarely performing on I
don't have the numbers for you, Jordan. Sorry, I can't pull that one up, but I do agree. I just off the
I'll see if I
top of
can
my
find
head.
it.
Well, you can go for that, but I mean, they had what in the end? 300-something points. They've clearly done probably something on both maps there. So I think that's what's missing at the moment for Day Trade. If they can find some Erangel fall, I mean, all they literally have to do is if they can match Miramar on Erangel, they're probably first. Actually, they would be first. So that really says it all. So it's just about being able to do it on both maps. So far, Cerberus, I think the only team that has been able to do that on both maps until maybe now with Teraton 5. Who has taken a bit of form from Miramar and translated that now into Erangel as well. And if they keep it up, I mean, they're the hottest team in form at the moment going into the remaining 4 matches that we have here for week 1. So 17 points behind Cerberus. They go and have another big game. They're in first at the end of this next match. That's how close they are to that top spot. A team that obviously had a very, very good PCS 6. And honestly, they're sitting in the top 2. As long as they finish in the top 3, they're going to PGC. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of looking likely that that's going to be the case as well, isn't it? I think it's kind of hard to believe that they wouldn't be able to make their way through with at least a top spot, maybe in the top 5 at the moment, the way things are going. All these teams that are sort of sitting in the top 3, I would say Cerberus, Teraton 5, definitely looking a cut above at the moment. Day Trade and Buriram and SGD probably also kind of looking just a little bit of a cut above the rest of the pack, but maybe a step down from those top 2. That said, we could start to change our opinions with a very good game out here, maybe from Day Trade or Buriram or SGD on the second Erangel match for this evening. Penultimate one as well.
Yeah, and then of course, 2 Miramars to close out as well. Still 4 more games to be played today, to Erangel, to Miramar. And then that's it for the week. And then teams can kind of go back and VOD review throughout the week and try and come back strong for week 2, or I guess keep up the form that maybe they've developed through week 1. It's generally over in a bit of a flash, Jordan, these PCS events. You do get a decent amount of games these days, but they're still played in a very, very hurried manner, aren't they? So you don't get too many opportunities, too many chances. You've really got to take the chance that you get here. And honestly, the door has been left open. I will say this. The lead that Cerberus had, Jordan, it looked like that the door was going to be slammed shut after round 6. And they have just kind of gone to sleep and allowed that door to stay open. So your Day Trades, your T5s, your Burirams, your SGDs, all still a really, really good chance of even winning this event through 11 matches played. So they just got to push that little bit more, especially on certain maps. If you are a Day Trade, you've got to find form on Erangel. If you are a Buriram, you've got to find some form on Miramar. That seems to be what is kind of letting those teams down at the moment.
All right, well, just to update you, I did go and do a bit of digging. Day Trade got 172 points on Miramar last season and only 138 on Erangel. So it's not as big of a split as it is this season. But yeah, there was that trend that they were a little bit more comfortable on Miramar. And actually, while I was doing that digging as well, I noted that Team Bliss was the best team on Erangel in PCS 6 with 151 points on that map. So I guess that's where you're starting to see a lot of those points disappearing this season, right? I think they picked up the vast majority of their points actually on Erangel last season. They didn't do so well on Miramar, so maybe that's to be expected. But today could be a big day for Team Bliss, having started in second place on what would generally be considered a more of a comfort map for them. We shall see if that is going to continue. Not the worst of circle shifts for Team Bliss either, as that one isn't going to move too far away from Sosnovka Island.
Bit surprising there on that graphic. Cerberus 5th in terms of average damage through the 11 matches that we've played, despite being first in the lobby at the moment. So I do find that a little bit intriguing. Their damage has actually really dropped off. Obviously found a lot of their kills in the first 4 rounds. Since then, very quiet. Top 5 kills, though, from our previous match. Obviously, our MVP of the match, Rosita Jr. leading the way, but Patampong and Exquisite really helping out and spreading the load of kills there for Teraton 5, which, they started the game in obviously South George, and we saw them camp, the orangutans. It wasn't even a bridge camp, Jordan. It was like a tree camp. They just kind of waited for them at the edge of the blue, knowing that they were coming in from North George. It was a really calculated play, and they did it cleanly. All 4 kills, didn't lose anyone. There was 1 knock, but they got the revive. You get those 4 kills, and so then this is a team that came into Sosnovka Island late. They would have been one of the last teams to come in, and obviously just played out of their skin to get the win that they did. So sometimes it's not all about that circle feed, but
what's going on here?
This is a little bit surprising. Shen and Kanaxi, and I've got Kanaxi on my fantasy here, so I'm
not looking good.
I'm probably going to be a little bit biased, but Shen, go away. Shoo, get out of here. Please leave him alone. And Kanaxi's got no idea. This is like a horror movie for Buriram fans because Shen is going to find this kill. There is no chance that Canaxi stays alive. Once he gets into that driver's seat, doesn't even have to.
Oh,
Shen just takes the shot, gets the down. He'll get the kill. And
SGD's on the way too.
the rest of the SGD members are here. There was no way Canaxi gets out alive. So that is a big loss for Buriram on the Gaka split. They get punished.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I mean, that's super early in the game as well. Going to be playing it out 3-on-4 again. Going on here for Theraton 5. Just waiting for a team to come down from North Georgia Pole. Bit of a bridge camp by the looks of things. They do like these cheeky strategies. We saw that last game as well, didn't we? With the camp onto Origami Orangutans. And to be fair, it's a possibility that Origami Orangutans could be the team to fall prey to this as well. It's from the future and Origami Orangutans up in North Georgia.
Well, the Orangutans are gone, so they're not in Georgia Paul at the moment. They've actually rotated out very early, so not going to happen. And I do wonder if actually Theraton 5 are even aware of this. I think they maybe have spotted today from the future on the North Georgia apps, but if that's all they're going off in terms of information, they might be just waiting a little while here before anything happens. And who knows what From the Future even do? Do they even cross the Georgia Ball Bridge? I don't know. I don't think they will, but we'll see what happens, I guess. It's still worth the shot. They're not too far away from the circle. I can't imagine coming from South George, they're going to want to push too deep into the Gaka fields anyway. They'll probably even want to just hold out around that Everest position. So I guess it's worthwhile for T5. It worked out for them in the last game. Why not go for it once again here? For E Arena, 7 kills, Jordan, and kills has been their forte. 46 of their 66 points, but placement points, of course, letting them down. And I mean, we've seen plenty of APAC teams like this before where they can get the kills, but they're getting him in the mid game and the early game, and they're then losing a player or two, not able to survive and get placement points.
Lots of shots popping off in the near vicinity of the Expendables on their rotate. Some courtesy of Archangel Predator, who will just send them on their way. But it is still early days. There's plenty of room for everyone to rock up, so you're not feeling too much of that pressure just yet. Cerberus is definitely an interesting team to keep an eye on, but
oh, they are crossing. They're dead.
Still that bridge camp is happening. Double nades from Pat Tom Pong and Ranger X as well. They're holding on to it. Look at this. This is going to be fantastic.
Well, they thrown him a little early. They didn't cook them much, actually. They've almost timed it pretty well. A little bit of a slide, but they do lose one. Delta Mix and Tede both down. Trek is sort of just backed up on the bridge. I think he's put the vehicle in reverse. Man, actually, not bad to stay alive there and do some damage out the back, but he couldn't even get it down for it. 3 easy kills for Theraton 5. Trick does get away, but from the future, a set back to North George with only 1 player left alive. That's basically their game done, but we turn our attention to AAP and the Expendables. 2 teams that are fighting for that PGC spot. And this could be a big fight. What a quick spray from CJ on top of the roof. Clean onto Ninja 2K. He's acting like the ninja at the moment. Nice nade outside of the window. Flash has a bit of an overview of this exact fight that is taking place for Day Trade. They can maybe try and get a kill or two, but I don't think it'll happen. Inside of the warehouse is where the rest of this fight is going to take place.
Yeah, who crashed who? I have no idea. Both teams last time we checked were just sitting in the field above this compound, but it looks like they've both gone for it at the same time. And that's gone horribly wrong for Archangel Predator. Mad Dog's on the floor. He's going to be done. It's just CJ and Nan. The Expendables have lost members as well, and now Nordra from Buriram is getting involved. This is a death sentence for all teams involved, at least inside of the compound. Both Day Trade and Buriram are quite happy with what they're seeing.
Oh, Nan's
There
gone.
we go again.
Yeah, and there's Flash
done
again. So really good position, and I think a really good play from Day Trade. Really, when we talk about them on Erangel, this is where they've been lacking, pushing out, finding these kills, trying to get involved, creating something. So even just that little push onto what they're hearing elsewhere, why not go and see what's going on, see if we can find a kill or two. And through that, they've gone and found 2 kills, 2 easy points. They were never really in danger. Worst case, you get knocked and you just throw a smoke and you get the res anyway, because there was 2 of them there. Theraton 5, same thing for them. You know, they're making things happen, Jordan. So the teams that we're watching are the teams that are actually trying to get these points, trying to get these kills. They're being proactive, and therefore they're getting rewarded.
Theraton 5 on their way towards Simon T, who is at the crate, and they may well have a little bit of a sneaky peek at that on their way past. This could go very wrong for Ranger X. He is isolated away, but he seed swapped Denox, and all those shots missed. Now he's out. Now he's in with a fighting chance. Some shots go through onto Simon,
well
and he's
played.
done. GE, they're going to lose a player. Ranger X, he'll be thanking his guardian angel that he gets away with that one. And Zest is on his way.
I think Simon actually just needed a little bit of trigger discipline. He doesn't know you're there. He's got out because he's going to go and check that crate. You don't have to shoot straight away. He just has to have a little bit more discipline, and he gets that kill. He then gets the crate, and then he gets out of there scot-free. That's a big power play missed for Genius Esports, and a big let-off, obviously, for Theraton 5. And PMA get another run over, as they did in the last game. And guess what? It's on NGE again! Oh, they've done it in back-to-back games. The knockdown, the run over. PMA just picking up 3 points from their Darciers. Why not? 37 seconds till phase 2. And this Erangel match is the epitome of APAC PUBG.
Well, they do say history repeats itself, Xenox, and starting to get a bit of an idea of that. If that is the case, maybe then Daytrade's going to win another season of PCS or Boo around. These are teams that have already been victorious on this stage, but so far struggling to hit themselves towards the top end of that scoreboard. It's Cerberus and Theraton 5 that are the two that we're really excited to watch at the moment. SGD have got some shots from high ground, but where this next circle shift is going to go will tell us quite a lot about how this game is going to play out. And Pachinki is to a degree still in, which is great news for MSC, who are rotating in from that direction and now have a little bit of an easier time of it. They're on a fairly quiet side of the zone.
Yeah, no real teams set up over towards Pachinki. I think SGD making their way over towards Pachinki Hill. If they're not, then they might actually just be leaving that position. Could be actually a bit of a real estate option opening up for MS Tomburi. Headache for PMA at the moment. They've got themselves out of the bottom 4 with the last couple of games. A team that's just sort of been hanging on to the middle of the pack. And yeah, Jervis joins up with the rest of SGD. Coming from Pachinki Hill, they get themselves basically the best position inside of the circle, Jordan, dead center. They are the bullseye. And of course, this was the, the death zone of Canaxi early at the start of the game. So it's actually paid really big dividends in the end for SGD, getting that kill into Canaxi, then also getting this position. Just the one kill, but from this spot, you've really got a lot of vision around you. You can play these compounds really well. I don't think they'll get much from PMA, at least not now. Even if you do get the knock onto Teddy, he'll be fine, he'll get revived, but a really, really good spot in this circle. Most teams have got themselves a spot, not expecting much more action. It was already a rather action-packed phase 1, so probably expecting phase 2 to quiet down a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. Trick from the future. He's going to be the one player that's really not too happy with how things have been going so far. He's on his own. He's out in the blue. Pretty much could not get worse. Not a whole lot happening around the map apart from it sort of feels like just pot shots and warning shots more really than anything else. Every team seems to have locked down a position for phase 2. And it'll be that phase 3 shift where we start to get a little bit more interested. Don't mind this setup for SGD, as long as they can revive the player that's been knocked. Shouldn't be a big problem. They're in a very, very good, nice central position, as you've mentioned. But you have to be aware of teams sending it in their direction as well. A lot of teams that don't feel too comfortable at the moment and start to get a little bit impatient, or maybe desperate is a better word.
Potentially. I think that would be more so around phase 4 or 5, though, in terms of any sort of compound crash, unless you're in an absolutely awful position. 40 more seconds until phase 3. Flash and Daytrade still just sort of loitering around outside of the Expendables position, not really looking to move further inward. There's not a lot of space, to be fair. I mean, just when you think about SGD's position, just south of them is the open field of Gatka. So there's not much around that center position. So if this circle continues to centralize on top of SGD, then yeah, everyone's kind of going to be forced into these really tricky positions. You're going to have to start sending it to rocks and setting up car forts. If you can find a little bowl, you go for that. So it's not going to be ideal. I think if Chopstick stays in here for phase 3, it's going to help a lot of teams. And it does. It does stay a little bit towards the north side. And that just provides a lot of cover. So you kind of look at these teams towards the southwest. Genius, the Expendables, even Buriram to a degree. You can now sort of wrap up towards the west side, push up, and then go into Chopsticks if you so choose
Oh, there's
to.
revenge.
And may just end up happening. Akita, is this a bit of a revenge play here from the Orangutans onto Theraton 5, who have had basically everything go their way the last couple of games. This time, though, on the rotation, they do lose Exquisite. So down to 3 players for T5, who are in absolutely hot form at the moment, but this might be the game they call off.
Yeah, I mean, I think Exquisite is a big loss for them, to be honest. He sort of has felt like the partner in crime with Patton Pong. We'll hold that for the moment, though, because Icarus are on their way in. Rossiter Jr. and Patton Pong able to combine for a few frags already. Rossiter Jr. down to 11, but a big peak, and again, and again, and again, Xenox. It's Patton Pong that comes up massive for Theraton 5. He is having a stellar tournament, and that's just another example of it.
Bit of a feed, though. I mean, that's just all too easy for Theraton 5. And 8 kills now for them in this game. They're up to 104 points. It's single digits behind Cerberus. That really big lead that they had early on day 1 and even towards the midpoint of day 2 is gone. It's evaporated once again. 9 points. T5. It's an incredible rise up the standings. And an easy kill in the end for Trick onto 777. And, well, from the future can maybe find some kind of happiness from this game after they got bridge camped by T5 early in the game. Team Bliss, though, making their move onto the lobby leaders in Cerberus. Years gone by, you would almost always back them in, but at this point, Cerberus are probably about 99.99% chance of winning this fight. Bliss creeping up a hill. All it takes is someone like Tycon to peek over, and he'll probably find 2 kills.
Well, Rossiter Jr. pops up in the kill feed once again, so that's another little thorn in the side of Theraton 5 as they start to see that scoreline encroaching closer. Team Bliss do need to be very careful. There's another one, by the way, from Rossiter
He knows.
Jr.
He knows. They got intel. So they now know. So obviously Bliss tried to creep up, not make that much noise, get to a good position, but that's over now. Now you got to start firing back and throwing out utility and take this fight. Good flash onto Tycon. 2 more nades. And yeah, I'm a little bit worried. Blue pushing in. They haven't got a lot of room to move. They need a knock, and they need it now.
Nades are landing all over the place near Tycon, but he is surviving. And that's going to be the big difference maker. If he gets knocked, Team Bliss able to find that advantage. But the fact that he's still alive, he's able to heal himself back up, gets a bit of help. So Lolzy has an angle onto Bryn. Waiting patiently to see where the next circle shift is going to go. And actually, that's almost perfect for Cerberus and Team Bliss. Whichever team walks away with the win, Monty's found the opener. Tycon, he copped a couple of nades. He got healed back up, but Monty still gets the job done the old-fashioned way. Neil T helps out Himas and gets the knock on the Bryn from who knows where. But Cerberus are happy to see it.
Yeah, it's unlucky for Bliss. I think they've played this really well. Good wrap down to the south, try and catch them from behind. I think Monty, his positioning here was great. Everyone else then sort of followed suit. You get rid of Himas as well with a really good nade. And Bliss have actually, this is probably the best fight I've seen from them this weekend. And especially considering the opponent that they're doing against. Neil T getting that knock really didn't help them either. And Cerberus have just kind of been outpositioned here, outplayed. But Sololzy, good peek from the tree, catches Monty napping. He gets a second one onto Insight. What a turnaround here from Cerberus. Bliss are gone. They've just been annihilated. Sololzy and Tycon completely dismantled Team Bliss. It was looking so good for them. Great positioning, great play, but it all comes undone. Full credit to Cerberus in that fight.
I think there might have been a huge whiff in there from 1 or 2 of the Team Bliss players, but also a bit of assistance came through from Day Trade by the looks of things. Here's a replay of Theraton 5 defending against the breach of Icarus. But yeah, I mean, that's the kind of fight that should be going the way of Team Bliss, and if they were to be a team to challenge towards the top end, they need to be winning that. Especially from the position they were in. It was looking really good, but alas, won't quite happen this time.
I think that's
and
better.
Cerberus survived.
That's better, though, from them. That's the kind of plays you've got to take. The Neil T knock really just kind of ruined it for them. I think if Neil T doesn't get involved, I think they kill Cerberus. But full credit, I think Monty played that perfectly in his positioning.
Yeah, he did very well.
Just didn't work out. And courtesy of this guy, though, Sololzi, I mean, whenever you peek from a tree and you see two players, you've got to be clean. And he was clean with his shots with the barrel. And obviously, we know what Tycon has been capable of. He is the lobby leader in terms of kills. Moving over to SGD and Buriram very quickly. Nordra and Edie both low. They can't even get into this fight. It's over before it's even started for Buriram. They did not even get involved. SGD just get a feed. 7 kills, easy as you like, up into the top 4. They overtake Buriram as well with that team fight. And Pete finds an easy kill onto Diane. It's PMA and NGE once again fighting each other. Tycon, well, he just got caught napping there. Young P. Can he get away from Sololzi making the push? He's getting shot as well from a long distance away. Flashed himself momentarily. Still should get the kill anyway. Young B, though, wins that one. And Cerberus are gone in 10th.
Yeah, look, I mean, it would have felt a bit egregious if Cerberus would have gotten away with much more than they already did. So, you know, sometimes PUBG giveth, sometimes PUBG taketh away. I think in this case, for it to taketh away seems pretty reasonable in my opinion. Rossiter Jr. is just popping off. He's not getting any kills, but he is getting a ton of knocks. Ranger X has actually gone down to Leo, and he should die here. Smoke's not going to pop up in time, and SGD, they're farming points as well. So the top end of that scoreboard is going to start to get a lot tighter. If Deraton 5 continue to survive and get another placement point here or there, Day Trade, SGD still alive. Cerberus are sweating bullets at the moment.
I want to know how Day Trade's got themselves in this position, though. What is their Erangel game plan? Who's shot calling for them on this map? How have you got yourself this far out on the edge? Still, you can crash compounds. There's plenty still, in fact. You can rotate out towards the eastern side, push up the hill, especially if you've scouted that properly, and they've just somehow smoked themselves. Don't
do it. Don't breach Deraton 5. It can't work. No, surely not again. Not another team.
Well, he actually loses that, and Rain and Kang have done a really good job. Full credit, and there's the crash from Day Trade. That's better. Be a little bit aggressive. They do lose Flash, though, to Teddy, who actually dies to KM99. But at least it's something. It's proactiveness from Day Trade, rather than sitting out in the field, getting peppered. They made a play. Hasn't quite worked out all that well, but still 3 kills into the top 8. It's a somewhat better performance on Erangel for what has been a disaster map for them.
Where do they go from here, though? Are they even in the zone there? Maybe just. They can play the backside of this house, but PMA really do not want to let them live here. I mean, Day Trade's going to be a big problem, big thorn in the side of PMA if they're allowed to live. Kind of tough for them to push out here and try to challenge them, though. Look at all the util that's being tossed in. Nurans is doing it. Chills has got himself another nade. Like, how many pieces of util have these guys got? Day Trade on for a 2v3. And unfortunately for Pete, who is up on top of the hill, he just has to watch that happen.
That's what Day Trade's capable of. Put yourself in that position, guys. Do it more often on this map, and that's what will continue to happen. Position well, get yourself into these kind of fights, and you'll be able to win. And you saw it there as SGD are just cleaning the lobby in this game. I mean, they haven't really had a full-on fight that's a pretty even fight. They've kind of been fed a couple of kills, but I mean, you take it. When it's your game, it's your game. It's about capitalizing on it. And yeah, even more freedom here from Jervis with the SLR. Doesn't quite land the tags he would have liked. In fact, might get punished. Heard the pan shot too. Unfortunate there for the orangutans. Should have got that down, but hit the pan. And had they got that down to Jervis, they would have got the kill. And that would have severely wounded SGD, who I think are in one of the better positions to now go on and win this game.
MSC might be another team to contend with. They have the high ground positioning, at least if the circle goes in their direction, and it will. Job, Jab, and Skeet holding up the top of the hill, and Julio and Jarman just watching each respective side. It's not a bad setup here for MSC, but there's going to be teams headed in their direction now. SGD do feel like the team to beat at the moment, but MSC have, you know, they've been quietly working their way through this game.
Still alive from that early bridge camp at Georgia Pole, where he lost 3 of his teammates to Theraton 5. He's not only managed to get a solo kill, but get himself into the top 8. Full credit. At any point, you can have a good little rank tank and get some extra points for your team where they're almost not expected to get any. And yeah, unfortunately for Day Trade, just caught behind here. One push into another push into another push. And I think it's a bridge too far now.
Where's he
They
going?
lose
Where's he going to go?
Norrens. And unfortunately, they will be taken out in 7th position. A little bit better, though, on Erangel for Day Trade, where they've struggled immensely. They'll have one more opportunity before heading back to what feels like their home on Miramar. Ooh, Shen.
Couple of nice shots there. Youngby will finish off PMA. But this really does just feel like it's MSC versus SGD at this point. I mean, from the future, NG and Origami Orangutans are not really a major threat at all. It's going to be a 4-on-4. Have to think.
I don't think Leo's going to get the double kill here. Yeah.
Yeah, should get it done pretty comfortably. Not too bad of a shout, though, from Origami Orangutans. They get 3 kills, take a 5th place. Keeps that scoreboard ticking over. They're still maintaining a top 8 position. That could have been some very important shots through from Skeet if he would have connected one more onto Leo. Put it into a 4-on-3. Makes it winnable for MSC, who really would love some points at the moment. Shen, though, he strikes, finds another timing, and that's another kill on the board. Secured. MSC will not be getting that res. They've got more to worry about as well, because from the future and NGE are also still fighting. Shen, very lucky to survive against that grenade.
15 kills as well. They can get to a total of 20 if they clean up the rest of MSC and NGE. Of course, would be the most kills we've seen so far for PCS 7. Doesn't beat out PCS 6, though, where the Expendables had 21 kills in their victory.
Yeah, that was insane.
Massive.
I think that's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they could get to 20, and it really is. To get anytime you can get 20 is a significant game. And really, look at the gap again of the top 2 for SGD. But they're still going to win this fight. Still a little bit more to do. Struggling to get rid of NGE, but now wrapping onto MS Chonburi. It's basically do or die now for Julio and Jowman. Job Jab, they need to get the first down. They need to get on top of SGD. Julio fires the first couple of shots, but Jervis now a little bit closer than I think Julio even actually realized. Nice spray from Jervis, but it's Jowman, the savior from above, gets the down, traded though immediately by Shen. And remember, SGD, they have the numbers. It was a 4-on-3 when they started, and MSC make that 0.
This is winnable for NGE.
Can NGE actually find the kill onto Sophia? Going for the revive. Young P, he's trying to push over. He can't find him though. I think the revive will be successful. Young
Still
P,
might only be 2v2.
they don't know.
Well, they've got to move. They've got to go. This is your best chance, Young B and Neil T. They've heard where those shots are coming from. They have to go, if nothing else,
They've checked
to
everywhere
secure
but
another
the
couple
spot.
of kill points.
They've checked everywhere but the spot that SGD are actually located.
Oh, that's a big knock from Neil T, though. Jervis goes straight back down after getting picked back up, and he's going to be bleeding quick now. That is at least his 2nd knock, possibly more. Shen was finished off as well, so best case scenario for SGD, it's going to be a 3-on-2 if they can get the res onto Jervis, but that would be pretty egregious for NGE to allow. And indeed, it ends up being 2-on-2 with NGE having better circle positioning and high ground. SGD may well lose this game still.
They've lost complete knowledge of Sophia's position. I think Leo's spot might still be known. And obviously for SGD, they very much know where NGE are located at the top of this hill. So they've got good peak options here. The biggest question mark for me is Sophia. Where does he eventually sort of pop out from? And can he get the full wrap and to get a little bit more of a high ground? These smokes actually, I think, might even help SGD in the long run. And yeah, you can see the way that Neil T's watching that more northern side. They've got no idea where SGD have gone. They're probably thinking, are they behind a tree? Are they behind a rock? No, SGD have just got moving. They never stopped. As soon as Sophia got up, he just kept running and running and running. Now, Young B is starting to move a little bit more towards the south side, but if they force a 2v1, look how close Leo and Sophia are. They can get the 2v1 on to Young B, and then it becomes a 2v1 onto Neil T. SGD playing this so well.
Well, it sort of depends, though. I mean, if Young B can even go 1-for-1 here and get an initial knock and tie up a couple of the members, obviously one downed and one rezzing, then that kind of opens the door for Neil T to just come across with the info and get himself an easy kill on the res. Young B, though, needs to be very careful. He can't afford to be going down for free. I think that's the big point to make. He's calling for Neil T to start to come across as well. He's seen them pushing across as well. Neil T
Oh,
He just has to get himself into the mix. Sophia is the difference maker for SGD. And as you say, now it's Neil in the 1-on-2.
Yeah, and Neil shot, so they know where he is as well. His position's known. They know he's at that tree or in and around it. Sophia pushes up with the flashes, just can't force the 1v1, and he just spots him. Sophia has played out of his skin to win that one for SGD. As soon as he got revived, actually, I think he was the only one left standing at the start. He got the revive, and then he just started running, and he ran as far as he could to try and get the wrap. And boy, did he play that so well at the end as well. Good utility usage, really smart to pair up with Leo and play off of each other. A missed opportunity for NGE to find their first chicken dinner, Jordan. That was the best chance you'll ever get for a team that's on the bottom of the standings. Unfortunately, they couldn't capitalize. As I said, they checked every area but where the fight actually took place.
Yeah, it was a bit funny how that played out. But look, in the end, second is still not bad for NGE considering the circumstances, and you put that together with the fourth that they've already got today, it's actually looking up for them at the moment. They're jumping up a few spots on the standings. That said, speaking of jumping up a few, SGD now actually threatening for second. They're only a couple of points away from Theraton 5, who has been a team that we've been sort of lauding and throwing plaudits at all day long, all yesterday as well. Now SGD sort of joins them in the chase for first. And what I do love about this SGD team is when they do it big, right? They've only had a couple of wins so far in PCS 7, but they've been big wins, and that's been obviously where they've been getting a lot of their points. So go big or go home, I think, is maybe the mantra for SGD, and in this case, they've gone big, that's for sure.
3 teams, Jordan, now on triple digits at the conclusion of our 12th round. 116 for Cerberus and then 105, 102 for Theraton 5 and SGD respectively. So, I mean, the gap is all but gone. There is no gap now. You know, you're talking about one game as we kind of look at in the past, you know, what does sort of one match really generally get you in terms of points? Well, I mean, obviously for SGD, they just picked up, what was it, 29 points in that one game. If they were able to do that again, they'll have their own gap in first place. So it really says a lot there. And then not only that, but Day Trade, Buriram, you wouldn't count them out at this point either. I mean, they're about 30 points behind first. So we've got ourselves a bit of a logjam up top on the top of the standing, and that's something we don't typically have in APAC. The logjam is generally the middle pack of the leaderboard. So really, really good to see. Obviously, you have to wonder, where is Cerberus going to find some fall? Only 1 second place finish since the opening 5 rounds. So
maybe we're just a bad luck charm for them. They're like Saga and Chunks fans, I guess. Right? When they're casting, oh man, let's show these guys some good games. But when Elfish Guy and Xenox on the cast, I sleep.
Yeah. All right, well, let's go to the match leaderboard for this particular match, which was largely dominated by SGD. Started with that kill onto Canaxi, Jordan, and that compound where they got the kill onto Canaxi in the end provided a bit of a safe haven for the oncoming circles for the rest of that game. They did get a couple of feeds. There were a couple of teams that sort of rotated into them, and you know, generally they were well set up to get those kills. You still got to capitalize, and at any point you're getting 19 kills. It's not a fluke game. They can't get that many feeds. They played really, really well. Almost lost it towards the end, but obviously recovered courtesy of Sophia, who was by far and away the player of the match. 7 kills, 835 damage. Something, though, the stats never really tell you, though, is also just the way that you play and move and usage of utility. Just a really, really well-played finish towards that game for Sophia.
Yeah, I mean, it's the eye test, isn't it? And it's something that I think we would have probably recognized back in the days when Sophia was playing in PCS, probably, what was it, like 3, 4, or 5, something like that, quite a while ago. Probably closer to PCS 3, if I had to take a guess, in Battle Arena Elites. Remember that team? I think it was with Flood and Nefahor. And maybe one other player, I can't quite remember. But yeah, he was certainly quite a solid member of that roster and individually quite skilled, and that's showing up once again here for SGD. Here's the total leaderboard, though, and this just goes to show exactly how tight things are at the moment toward that top end. It's a 9-point gap. Oh, sorry, 11-point gap. My math's not too good at the moment between Cerberus and Theraton 5, and then a 3-point gap from there to SGD. So really not a whole lot in it for those first 3 teams, and even for the likes of Day Trade and Buriram, as you mentioned, one good game is going to get them back into the conversation. And you know, we're kind of getting to that point in the night where Day Trade's going, all right, well, Orangle's starting to quieten down. Let's think about Miramar. We've got one more Orangle game, but 2 Miramar to close the night out, and I think that's where we're going to hope to see Day Trade starting to pop off again. Well,
I guess one thing to sort of take into account, if you are Day Trade, and yes, you have been struggling on Erangel, yet you're still only 30 points behind top spot going into what is going to be. Obviously, we've got one more Erangel, but then going into a bunch of Miramar games. So they'll probably still be feeling very, very confident. We are going to go to a break. When we do come back, though, we still have one more game of Erangel before we head to our Miramars, so don't go anywhere.
Now I'm out for blood. Get your door. Get your door. Get your door. Get your door. Now I'm out for blood.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
One question. So is the
Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop.
Some updates to Destin, a new vehicle, and special new skins. All this and more as we dive into the Update 19.2 patch report. First up, Destin is getting some additional cover in several areas, as well as more cell towers, ascenders, and fuel pumps. You'll also now notice the passage of time and even shifting weather patterns in your Destin games. If your match is going long and you're starting to feel hangry, look out for the newest Battlegrounds vehicle, the food truck. This sturdy vehicle holds a driver and passenger, while up to 2 others serve up hot food and even hotter lead in the back. There's also new heavy stock in the game to try out on your favorite stock-slotted weapon. You may remember us talking about an animation refresh some time back. This update, you'll start to see the fruits of those efforts with new animations for all weapon operations and player motions. Check them out and let us know what you think. For those looking to really pimp their ride, we've added new special vehicle skins to the game. Our first set will turn your run-of-the-mill Coupe RB into a sleek and sexy McLaren GT. Customized paint, rims, and even your brakes. These customizations can be crafted in the workshop or by collecting rewards from the new McLaren Crafter's Pass. But before you go betting your pink slip, while it may look like a McLaren, it still performs like a regular old coupe. There's quite a bit more to learn about these updates and more, so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 19.2 is here, so drop in, wax up that new McLaren, and serve up some chicken dinner, extra bullets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here for PCS 7 APAC. It's day 3, a very important day, of course. Once we are done with today, then it's that week-long break where teams can go back to review and see whether or not they can find ways to improve going into the final week. And well, at the moment, one team that probably needs to find a way and is probably just sort of reaching for the finish line is Cerberus. Jordan, they are being ran down at the top of that leaderboard. We're talking about 11-point gap, 14-point gap now to 2 and 3. That's probably the main talking point. They have just not been able to fire a shot over days 2 and 3.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, look, there's a lot of teams that are performing well at the moment. There are a lot of teams that are not performing well at the moment. I think the main takeaway is that we're still only going to be halfway through the tournament at the end of this week, and that means there are opportunities for everyone involved. Looking at Team Bliss, I think maybe a win or a top placing is out of the realms of possibility now. It just feels as though it's a little bit too much to come back from, unless they had some kind of inhuman, superhuman, crazy week 2. I'm not really seeing that, but a top 8 definitely is still possible, definitely is still achievable, and for a team that performed quite well in PCS 6 and is actually one of the few that has gone through from PCS 6 into PCS 7, that may still be enough to get them through to PGC. So I don't know if they should be focusing necessarily on getting the win anymore or getting a top placing. I think they should really be crunching the numbers and looking at what they can do to get to PGC and claim that spot once again. Genius Esports, another one of those teams that has been a little bit up and down. They've definitely had their moments. We weren't expecting a huge amount from this team. I think for the most part, they've probably done as well as can be expected, at least in terms of where we would have thought they'd sit. You know, you probably put them in the bottom 8 coming in terms of power rankings and whatnot. I'm a big fan of Clory's just from his performances last season when he was playing on BN United. BN United had a very, very poor time last season, but he individually kind of popped off. Unfortunately, doesn't really seem to be converting that through here in PCS 7. Just sort of a baseline with the rest of the team. But either way, there's still time for all these teams to put a couple of points on the board tonight. 3 more games. Our last one for Erangel kicking off in just a second, which is going to be a welcome sight for Day Trade as they start to look forward to Miramar. But for the other teams that have been enjoying Erangel, Teraton 5, definitely one of them, they will be happy to see this one be a big Erangel day rather than a big Miramar day.
There's going to be a couple of teams that are probably very much looking forward to seeing Miramar as well around the corner. One of those probably Day Trade, who, look, I mean, in all fairness, they did have a better round 12 there, 7th place, 5 kills, but still largely Erangel has been a miss for them. And I tell you what, if they finish strong on Miramar, Jordan, and basically pick up where they left off, we're talking about 4, 1, 30, and 2 as their placement finishes, and then about almost 30-something kills in those 5 games, then I think that by the end of the night, we could have like almost a 4-way tie for first going into week 2. And wouldn't that be crazy? And obviously then that means for a team like Buriram, which has been largely successful on Erangel, they probably need a big game here. So we do have what I would almost consider a bit of a top 5 that is very much starting to form. Then it starts to fall away a bit. You know, you look at the teams that are in 6, 7, and 8, E-Arena, MS Chonburi, and surprising, the Orangutans have actually made their way up into the top 8. And it's no disrespect to any of those 3, but they're just not quite at the same level as the top 5 through the first 3 days so far. And by the way, AAP 9th, the Expendables in 10th. So both still kind of catchable for a Team Bliss, who get themselves a second Sosnovka Island Circle. In the 3 Erangel games played today, 2 out of 3 going down to Sosnovka Island.
Well, that's, I suppose, good news for Team Bliss. They did manage to nab that second place when we had that Sosnovka finish earlier, and we were sort of talking about that, right? We were saying they do need to convert some of these kinds of opportunities, and they did. Now they've got another one here, and hopefully that eases a bit of the pain. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Here's a replay of the camp that Teraton 5 was able to put through in the last game. It was unfortunately from the future on the receiving end, so they weren't feeling too happy about it. I initially thought the nades came through a little bit too early, but yeah, I just don't think from the future saw them at all. Maybe Trick was the only player that was far back enough to turn around in time, and I mean, let's be real, the vast majority of that job was done just from the rifles of Patompong and Xcrosit, but the nades softened the targets up a little bit, and a very, very nicely executed little bridge camp there from Teraton 5. Wonder if we're going to see the same camp from them as well in this game, because it's a very similar circle to the one that they camped out against Origami Orangutans in game number 1. Looks like they're on the move a little earlier, though, so perhaps not going to be the case. They're going to really commit to Sosnovka Island rather than play the northern side, and I guess to an extent, that is fair. Circle's a little bit more assured down towards the military base this time.
Obviously a big game from SGD and largely dominated there by Sophia, Shen and Leo when it comes to the kills department, along with the damage too from Sophia and Shen. They absolutely tore apart that last game and especially towards that final engagement with NGE. Sophia and Leo able to salvage that win, which almost looked like they'd had somewhat thrown it away. Not through their own undoing, it was just a team fight where they lost a couple in terms of knocks, but NGE just were not able to really capitalize there. But look, I'm just excited that we're at this kind of point, Jordan, and we've got really 5 teams that can honestly, in my eyes, still win the whole thing. And that's in some ways discrediting the likes of EA, MSC, Orangutans, AAP from just going absolutely massive next week and coming from nowhere to win it. It's still technically possible. 50-something points, really nothing when you've still got, you know, what is essentially 3 games to play this week and then a whole bunch next week as well. But, you know, when we think back to PCS 6 and even really earlier PCS events, I would say by now, usually you kind of knew who was going to win, or if you didn't know the specific team, down to 1 or 2 teams.
Love to see SGD on the move early. They were actually one of the earlier rotators in the initial game that went down to Sosnovka Island, and that worked out quite well for them. This might be a little bit interesting. Sophia is going to be heard rocking up, and oh, Bryn, you're not going to like going around the corner into a DBS, and that's why. Unfortunate start for Team Blissy. Was a little bit isolated away from the rest of his teammates. I don't think Team Bliss would have been expecting players across this early, and that's caught the better of them. Similarly, Sophia, not expecting anyone in Primos this early. But Mad Dog's there. And so that'll be that. SGD down on a player. Not going to be able to go back-to-back with such a big game here, I dare say. Particularly if Leo can't get out alive. He is able to go out safely, though.
And something just about these Erangel games, it just forces these earlier fights, doesn't it? When we go to Miramar, I'm telling you, the last 2 games tonight, you're not going to see things like this. Nan, clean with it. Well, one of the 2 heroes at the end of the last game, Leo, goes down. That's not a bad shot from Shen, actually. Forces back. I think it was Jervis peeking out the window. Yeah, it forced Nan back. He doesn't have time to heal. He goes for the spray, doesn't land him. Now has to reload. In fact, just switches to the SKS. Oh, they've played this so well, SGD, but they've lost Jervis as well anyway to Nan, who actually somehow did a good job with the SKS. It's Shen, the only one left, but I don't notice. Evil Patrick, no, go back. Evil Patrick's making his way there for AAP. Oh, but E-Arena with the bridge camp onto the Expendables.
Yeah, I love this position from Zizzy as well. He's just high in the sky, waiting for them to come across. A little bit isolated now, a little bit open to the elements, I dare say. Does climb his way a little bit further up and is going to be safer now. It's gone generally pretty well for E-Arena. Zizzy actually knocks himself off the bridge.
Patrick won, by the way, for AAP. He did come through with the kills onto SGD. They are out after the heroics of the last game. KM99 just trying to shoot the feet off of Levi's and Duck Juice. They're both gone, but help from Lyrics. Duck Juice falls. 2 teams gone in 6.5 minutes.
Team Bliss are going to make their way up to the observatory. They want to be the team high in the sky. Or at least Mirage and Monty do. I think Insight is still on his way. MSC have gotten across now safely as well. I want to be careful you don't run into NGE here. It's pretty important to just turn left straight off that bridge rather than continuing to go straight. Those compounds are too well set up for a bridge camp. A lot of crossfires able to be established. I mean, I'm looking at the minimap right now, and again, I'm kind of seeing Teraton 5 take a very slow rotate. Here they are. Speak of the devil. And Origami Orangutans are a little behind them. So I wonder if we see, again, history repeating itself and Teraton 5 camping out Origami Orangutans for the 2nd time tonight. It feels like almost the exact same scenario.
Can you see sports a little bit more quiet tonight, Jordan? I feel like they were almost on the front page yesterday for day 2. Saw some big plays from Yuta, and they were just in and amongst it, weren't they? But they've really sort of just dropped off and gone a little bit quiet. 10 points behind 10th place, the Expendables. Obviously, Bliss have lost a player as well. So those three teams that, you know, we kind of highlighted coming into this event that need those PGC points. Expendables, Archangel Predator, Team Bliss as well, just struggling at the moment. And I do wonder, is there a world in which neither of those, or any of those three, actually get to go through? What if you've got yourself a situation where an SGD and a Buriram get enough points and knocks all three of them out of the positions of top three teams in regards to PGC points? So those three teams really need to get a move on and get some points if they are to attend PGC. And not just for getting the points, Jordan, but really you want to be performing better going into the biggest PUBG event that we've got.
Yeah, I think there's also an element to be aware of that there's more PGC points on offer in PCS 7 than there was in PCS 6. It's sort of a weighted thing that the closer to the event we get, the more valuable that particular event is. Obviously, internationally, there's, I believe, more events that actually do give you PGC points rather than just the PCSs. But here in APAC, it's just the PCS event. So PCS 7, quite heavily weighted. Patton Pong. Oh, he's deleted. Rossiter Jr. as well. E-Arena, they're going to get away with murder right now. Oh, whew, that was clean. That was spicy. Go take a shower, Xenox. I'm feeling hot.
Well, go on and cool down, mate. E-Arena, 8 kills now. It's, though, something we've seen from them so often throughout this weekend. I think it was one of the earlier games either tonight or even yesterday. It was actually tonight. 9th place, but 7 kills. You know, is that going to happen again where they kind of just get taken out? I'm not so sure. Because they've got all 4 players alive, you've gotten your 8 kills, you've kept everyone intact. This could actually lead into what would be a massive game for them heading into the final 2 games of Miramar. And, you know, all of a sudden, it's now a top 6. You can't exclude them because they're only 2 points behind Buriram. So we've gone from a top 5 to a top 6 that quickly. It's that close. And that is a crazy phase 2 circle.
Yeah, that's unreasonable, isn't it?
It's a lot of water.
Oh, man. Great news for Team Bliss, who are at the top of the observatory still. They'll have a really good position to get information from and be able to do a bit of cheap damage, similar to maybe what we saw late in the day yesterday from Day Trade on Miramar. High up, lots of good sniping angles, and just able to get some cheeky kills here and there. Farm up a few points that way. Something that they definitely need to be getting a bit of a wriggle on with. Tycon pops his name up into the kill feed here. That's good news for Cerberus. They're still trying to stave off the offensive from Theraton 5 and SGD. They do have a bit of a blessing in this game in particular. Sort of feels like there's going to be a few of those over the course of PCS 7. You know, yesterday it looked like it was going to happen, and then in that final game, Cerberus had enough tenacity to survive and stay in first place, and yet again, just when we're starting to get close, Theraton 5 and SGD, they falter, and they won't be able to reclaim the lead or take the lead at all. That said, Cerberus might suffer a bit of a problem themselves here. Himas is down for the count. No finishing shots coming through, it doesn't look like, from Team Bliss at the moment. But Teddy is certainly interested.
Yeah, I think PMA just sort of like children on a sugar rush, always just looking for something. Seen them get obviously a couple of kills with the Dacia runovers earlier. And this won't be the replay of that. In fact, it's the replay, of course, of Theraton 5. Almost, I would say, getting a taste of their own medicine, Jordan. Probably the best way to put it. And they got absolutely slaughtered on this bridge camp. And in some ways, you just kind of have to shrug. You just have to put your hands in the air and say, well, we've been doing that to other teams tonight. It has come back and gone back into their faces a little bit as we transition.
Yep.
Well, from the past now to the future. From the future and Genius Esports. Shotgun out for Zest. Quick reload. Oh, it's an easy one onto Trick. Lands the first shot, then the second. Trick, though, already got the down onto Yuta. Man coming in to try and salvage. There's Teddy.
Oh, no,
he
what's
can't
going
get
on?
the angle through the window. Molotov forces him away. Zest is on fire. But he doesn't have time to stop, drop, and roll. Tries to hold the angle. And Teddy, though, catches him. Genius Esports falling apart.
What a mess of a fight there that was from the future of Genius Esports. I'm surprised he lasted that long. Thought he got out of it scot-free. Canaxi, he must have heard Archangel Predator rocking up here. killed Edie across as well. He's just going to try to rat and hide on the cliff. Catch Archangel Predator, who also do seem to be aware that there's someone around. This is a strange fight. Like, this is not something that you usually see.
It's been a quiet night from Canaxi.
Cheeky's right on top of them.
Yeah.
He doesn't know.
Literally, and still hasn't even spotted CJ down below, although, yeah, that nade's just it's just nowhere. Nowhere to no one. Canaxi finds the down onto Mad Dog. Phase 3 circle. 10 more seconds. Where does this one head? Over towards Radio Tower, over towards Novo. Could honestly still go in towards the water, more so even towards these cliffs, down towards the south side. And it does just do that! It's a big reprieve for Buriram as they clean up Archangel Predator. They get the circle shift. They can push back up the compound above them. They are in the best position now, and all these Novo teams have to get moving.
Still 50% of the zone in the water. I mean, there's no question where it's going to go next in Phase 4, but that's a horrible circle for pretty much everyone. No one is going to enjoy this, apart from maybe Buriram, maybe Team Bliss, who can still stay at the top of their hill and fire a few shots down. NGE, they're fast on the move. They're going to have to go past Cerberus, though, who are holding on to 4 members. Shots, as of yet, not connecting. NGE do take a little bit of a wider berth around Cerberus than it might have required for them to actually find a couple of frags. And Day Trade is one of the teams that really is not going to be happy with the circle shift at all. They were by far the most northern team, apart from maybe Origami Orangutans, who are actually only just now starting to come onto the military island. But they've got a very, very long road to go. And they've got to go through so many teams. MS Chonburi as well is another one of those teams far to the north. It just feels like a rotation that's fraught with danger. I mean, how can you expect this to work? They're going to go right past From the Future. Surely they're going to lose a player here. A player or two to Teddy, who's so close. Big spray on the way past, and no way! He didn't even get one.
Now,
and he got boomed by Skeet.
MS Chonburi, though.
They've got to pull up.
Well, do they? They've kind of also got to get moving as well. Minute 20 until Phase 4. It's all happening down towards Novo.
Bandages, Xenox. They're using bandages.
Well, that's sometimes all you've got, and that's all you've got to use. They're pushing those straight past Genius Esports. A chance for Glories. He takes it. Got the kill onto Drop Jab. They're still going. Sending it up the hill. Utah from behind. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Utah. Goes skeet shooting onto MS Chonburi. Easily wipes them out. Down to 11 teams.
MSC have literally just driven up to GE and said, happy birthday, Merry Christmas, all in one. Here's 4 points. Wrapped up in a nice little parcel. It's a Dacia-coloured parcel. Oh, dear. That's not gone well for MSC. But, I mean, guess they didn't really have too many options. And I think that is kind of the fate that's going to be suffered by a bunch of teams on this circle rotation. Buriram are trying to lock down as much zone control as they can. Nordra's very far north. Cheeksing also quite isolated from his team. But, hey, if it works, this is going to be fantastic for Buriram. They're going to have a lot of room to play with.
Flash goes out. Now Nordra makes the push. How many times have we seen this happen before when Nordra pushes out, gets aggressive? Sometimes it does backfire. Phase 4 circle will shift up towards the north and away from the water. Has he spotted the player just to his left? Now he certainly has. He got the headshot. Now he gets the kill. Double kill for Nordra. 5 now for Buriram as a team. FP finding the kill onto Sapnix of E-Arena. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of... I almost probably cast a curse them, Jordan. When they got to 8 kills and they had 4 players up, I thought maybe this is the game where it all clicks for them. But no, it's looking like another game where they get the kills, but no placement points. Now Cerberus and Team Bliss will renew pleasantries once again, as they did in the previous game. Bliss played it well last time, but I think Cerberus in a much better position this time.
Well, Buriram have a few more teams to start worrying about now as the arena head in their direction too. This is going to be a massive game for Buriram. They're just fragging out at the moment. Y8 from Icarus, keeping an eye on E-Arena. And from the future, are in a boat? What are you doing in a boat at this stage of the game? They're not going to get in. There's no way they can get in.
Oh, click.
I've seen this in like a war film once or twice. Like, storm the beach, guys. That's going to go well.
Oh. Shots are landing, though. And though from the other side, Rep, he's got to be careful. Y8, he got the down. So when you're taking these pot shots from the future, you do still have to worry about the teams that are actually on the mainland. Trick knocked by Kang, and that's it. They're all out of the boat. The boat's even gone and blown up as well. Trick's gone. Orangutans will take the kills, trying to get back into the top 8. 6 kills for Birurem. Mirage takes a bit of damage. Insight's been knocked down, goes in towards the ball, but this just might make things a little bit easy for Cerberus to just peek on over and get these kills. Mirage has 3. Monty needs to get a couple here with the SLR to maybe save face. Not happening. No more for Mirage. No more for Bliss. Easy kills for Haisaki. Monty, the solo.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't really much Monty can do there because if he pops his head up too much, Daytrade even have an angle on him from behind. So just has to kind of leave them for dead and play this one out. Now as a solo, see what he can get done. Try to find a placement point. To be honest, I think a placement point in this game is actually not a bad shout. Very, very tough to make this one happen for most teams. But the teams that actually do thrive, they're going to thrive a lot. And that's Buriram at the moment. That's GE. You know, Cerberus as well. Even Daytrade are not doing too poorly for themselves considering the circumstances they were put under. They haven't really put many points on the board, but the fact they've still got 4 players alive after having to make that rotation is quite a success in my opinion. This fight though against GE is going to be a tough one, and Flash having already been spotted, put down to 1 HP, could be a bad sign.
I mean, there shouldn't be a tough one at all. They should be winning this fight comfortably, and yet they get the initial down onto Flash. Genius Esports had the blue pushing on them. They should be, you know, just struggling to get out and struggling to hit shots. This should be all too easy for Daytrade, and yet really does nail home why they've been struggling on Erangel. It just seems like they lack confidence. They can't peek anything. And now PMA from below gets the down onto Balmoth. It's just passiveness that's getting punished now for Daytrade. They've only got 1 point really to their name from this game, Jordan. Despite having the 4 players up, they've got no kills. Now they've got 2 players down. And that's from a team that's pushing out of the blue. You've got high ground, you've got trees, you've got smokes out. I mean, this is not good enough from Daytrade.
Not to mention the fact that this is also now going to be a really strong side of the circle with that shift. They have really missed a beat. Nurans is doing his best to salvage the scenario. Puchils, though, gets knocked by Clories. And once again, you're going to have to see Daytrade stick another res. At the very least, it seems as though they've dealt with GE, and that should shore things up on their side. They should be able to get through that with 3 players alive. Not the end of the world, I suppose, but it would have been nice to see them get it done with all 4. That's for sure.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, look, 2 kills from that. You lose 1 player.
Ooh, Monty.
Not ideal. Monty's just getting sort of swept here by Cerberus. They know that he's around the vicinity, so obviously just trying to clear this out and try and get this solo player. But he's done a good job, actually, of avoiding them. So if they run past him and they go over towards Daytrade, I think Monty can actually survive for a little bit longer. The only downside being, of course, he also has to move. He may take a little tick of blue here. No, he pushes out early, knowing that they've actually started the rundown. I do wonder sort of how he's going to play it from here. Obviously, can't really just push straight down into that crater. And yeah, that's still not an easy shot to hit. And that spray onto him as you see him, yeah, but you take those shots.
How's he not been seen?
And obviously, the rest of Cerberus will then turn around and probably get the kill. So yeah, he does actually go for it. Gets the down onto him as this is better with the SLR. He'll get the kill. He'll really punish them. But there's that turnaround immediately. It's an instant response. Tycon was still kind of close. Spray from Monty. He's not going to win that one. Tycon's in form at this tournament. Shuts him down for Team Bliss.
I mean, that's a risk for Tycon to take that 1v1 like that. If he gets knocked, he's done as well because the zone's pushing in. And Cerberus are down to 2 then, but obviously he's got a bit of an element of surprise working in his advantage, and Monty can't get it done, but, you know, Team Bliss, they'll take that point for sure, and most teams will be happy to see Cerberus losing a player. Origami Orangutans, I was going to say, quietly working their way through this round, but they are starting to lose players now. They're sort of in a sandwich between Icarus and Buriram, and obviously that's not gone too well for them. They're not going to be able to get their way into the zone. It's just a case of trying to get maybe 1 or 2 more points out here for Rain. If he can find a knock that he can flush, that's the ideal scenario.
Hey, into 7th though, right? And honestly, yeah. I know when you look at, look at the teams from 10th to 7th, Jordan. It's 1 point separating, but I think this is just a really tremendous job so far here in the first week from the Origami Orangutans to be in 7th, to be in and amongst it. And you have to just put sort of your hands together and say, well done so far on this weekend as a whole. 2 more games on Miramar, of course, to play after this. If they can finish strong, maybe even top 6 could be on the cards for them. They had that big win on Miramar. So they're looking really good. And Day Trade looking really good with that circle. They've got the 3 players, good circle position. Buriram's the only team that has all 4 players alive as they pick up even more kills. Coming home strong here on Erangel, knowing that they've been struggling on Miramar. They need to get a win here and some points, and they're doing just that, really keeping the pressure on. And Cerberus kind of doing Cerberus things, but it looks like they're almost down and out, and other teams have caught up to them. They go and have a big game, and they're doing that here. So that gap now ballooning out to 20 points.
Chan's going to try and make something happen here. All he's got is flashes. If he had a grenade, he could have really caused a problem for Cerberus, but he'll be peeked by Hisaki, who is able to find the timing, but that's actually going to end up being a kill for Belmoth, and that's great news for Day Trade. Buriram as well. Both these teams really watching and hoping to see Cerberus lose as many points as possible. They'd want to see them go out in 4th. And that might end up actually being the case here for Cerberus. If they're spotted by either Buriram or Day Trade on this rotation, they're going to have to get those smokes down. Nurans is firing shots in. But he's got other problems as well. He needs to be the guy keeping an eye on the bottom of the hill in case someone's wrapping up behind. So he can't focus his full attention on Cerberus at the moment. Belmoth is on the move. This is a ballsy push. But they know that there's not too much going on that side of the map. That's where Cerberus came from. They've already cleared that side out. So don't half mind this from Belmoth, but he has to be very careful he doesn't get knocked. There's no res on offer if he does. Yeah. He thinks it's maybe a little bit too risky.
Yeah, it makes the right play, I think, to just fall back a little bit here. But also, I don't think Cerberus are able to push over this ridge. If they push over, Pujils, Nurans, I think, get angles on them. So Cerberus really kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. And for what will be the first time, I think, on Erangel this tournament, we're going to see Day Trade towards the latter stages. So into the top 4, 3 players alive, very much a good position. What can they get from this, knowing that they're also then heading to Miramar, the home for Day Trade? We're going to have a grandstand finish here into our next 2 games to close out week 1. Here comes Buriram, though. Edie, are we following this day? It's pretty good. It's, though, not inside of the heart, which is where Tycon is. I think Sololzi's a little bit further outside, though.
Well, if only you could do terrain damage with grenades, blow a hole in the side of that little hut, Eddie would have the perfect angle to deal with Tycon then. Yeah, Cerberus just going to really try and keep their heads down for as long as possible here. Hope that Day Trade and Buriram will come to arms against one another. And they're actually not far from doing so.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would have liked to have seen Tycon throw the flash and then Sololzi to play off of that flash. In the end, they kind of just do nothing. And yeah, Buriram. I mean, if you're getting util thrown at your heart, you kind of got to start doing something. Too many times you just see players sitting in there. Throw the flash out. Let Sololzi play off of that flash. Push out with him. And in the end, you just kind of do nothing and you just die anyway. 13 kills for Buriram. Sweeping is what they do best. Still PMA to keep in mind. Making it into the top 3 with Pete.
Yeah, Pete's in the zone. Teddy is not. Teddy's in a hut. And not really going to be a very fun run for him, I dare say. So I think he's probably a dead man. Likely a kill that'll go the way of Buriram. Never know, though. Maybe he can somehow win an aim duel against Canaxi. I think that's ambitious.
Yeah. What's interesting here is we've got the 2 teams that I think coming into this final Erangel game for the week that actually needed to have good games. Out of all of the teams, these were the 2. Buriram, because they've been really poor on Miramar, so you've got to get some points here. And Day Trade, because they've been really poor on Erangel, to try and turn that form around. So for 2 different reasons, very important games are taking place for both Buriram and Day Trade. And PMA obviously just sort of in and amongst it, because why not? I think it's though a matter of who's going to get those kills. Looking maybe more likely it could be Buriram here because they've got still Canaxi and Cheeksing in the back. Day Trade, though, again, Jordan, are we really seeing them do anything here? I know they've got only the 3 players, but it's a lot of proning. It's a lot of snaking. It's not really a whole lot of proactiveness. If they can get Nordra, that will help a lot, though.
They may well be able to. He's got no idea where Belmoth is. This is a really sneaky spot from Belmoth. I don't think that Buriram is really expecting Day Trade to have a player on this side of the road. Because they've already taken a fight against Day Trade. They've spotted 1 or 2 players. They just assume that they're all on that side. But Belmoth is creeping ever closer to Edie. Nordra, has he spotted him? No. I thought he was taking a bit of a look. But if Belmoth can secure this frag, then that's going to be huge for Day Trade. Puchils has been spotted by Nordra, but he's got no idea Belmoth is there.
I almost feel like
you've got to take this shot, surely.
I feel like Puchils and Nurans need to sort of fake and push over and try and force Beer around to almost come into that. And there you go. And he's got the trade.
Oh, he wants more.
Didn't get the second onto Cheeks. And Edie's close, but Edie does get tapped. And there is that second from Belmoth. He's just gone massive for day trade. This is the day trade we usually see on Miramar. Finally bringing it to Erangel, making big plays and playing perfectly. The flash lands on top of Edie. Belmoth again. He sits down Ganaxi. Why not just go for all four of them? Edie that close to him, but it's Puchils from across the road. PMA trying to get involved, and they did get the down onto Norans. It's a 2 versus 2.
Wow, that is huge from Day Trade. Of course, they do still have to secure the win here. And it's going to be a little more difficult now that it is just down to 2v2, and PMA have been given some opportunities to take some map control. They have the benefit, at least, of Nurans being able to scout for them, but sort of feels like they're kind of locked in at the moment, in between a crossfire. Shots are not being hit by Belmoth this time. It's Puchils in the 1v2. He's going to try to isolate the fight against Pete. I think that's a great choice, but he needs to do it fast. He gets on top of him. Fast knock. That's exactly what he needs. He'll have time to heal here as well. Secure the kill first.
Yeah, it does reconfirm the position of Puchils there, but Teddy, he's just not going to stop. I think he has to just rush this. He obviously gets the flush as well, so they both kind of know, or at least have somewhat of an idea as to where each other is located. A shot for Puchils, but he actually cops it back the other way from Teddy. Throws out the flash, has a couple of smokes as well if he so chooses to. It's the Molotov that goes out first, though, and Puchils is in the molly. PMA win! PMA get the chicken dinner! With a positive mental attitude, anything can happen, even a chicken dinner against Day Trade.
I like what you've done there, PMA. I like what they've done as well. Really, really solid stuff. They just hid. They stayed out of the fight. Day Trade and Boomerang, mutually assured destruction. We've talked about that so many times. Normally it's an earlier game thing, but in this instance, PMA, they just rat, and eventually they find their time to strike and they win a pretty clean 2-on-3. Granted, obviously a bit of damage was done to Day Trade by Boomerang prior, but yeah, really, really nice stuff. They were able to isolate a couple of frags. They set themselves up some really good crossfires there as well, PMA. And a much needed win for them as well. Jumps them right back up into the middle of the pack. Day Trade will be a bit disappointed by that, not being able to convert it. It was starting to look like a really good game from them. Kind of Theraton 5-esque in that first game of the day where they had a horrible couple of circles to work with, and they rotated in really nicely. They won a really nice fight. Belmoth, very, very solid stuff with that sneak play, but in the end, PMA just a little bit too good, and here we are.
Yeah, really, really well played from PMA, especially considering, you know, a team that I think through the first 2 days, in large part down towards the bottom, I think they were around sort of bottom 5, bottom 6 territory. That shot them up now into the top 7. So a massive result for them. Really, really well played to sort of pounce on what was a wounded Day Trade after their fight with Buriram, which Belmoth, going back to the heroics there in that fight, of course, Jordan, incredible performance to obviously maintain a little bit of that discipline prone. Could have taken the early shots. Could have taken those first shots onto an Ultra, held out, got the trade with Cheeksing. He saw the 2 of them, and that's when he went. So really, really well played. And that's the Day Trade we need to see a bit more of on Erangel, and probably the Day Trade we expect to see on Miramar coming up shortly, of course. But we do very much have a bit of a top of the leaderboard starting to form. When you consider the sort of gap now between 5th and 7th, it's about 30 points. And the gap between 5th and 1st is about 30 points. So very much starting to see sort of that top 5 very much taking shape. E-Arena in a bit of no man's land in 6th at the moment on 77 points. They, once again, Jordan, kills. No placement points for E-Arena. That's the continued talking point there. Cerberus, of course, pretty decent game. 5 kills, 4th place. Just got enough to sort of go back from a 10-point lead to a 20-point lead.
Yeah, they're sort of on the teetering point at the moment, aren't they? They kind of need one of those SGD games or what we've just seen from Day Trade or Booram, and they're not quite getting that. So they're slowly, very slowly, but definitely surely falling a little bit behind that pack. If they come through, though, and win one of these remaining 2 games today, I mean, there's definitely going to be a top 6 that we'll be talking about rather than maybe a top 5, which is kind of what it's looking like at the moment.
Yeah. Look, honestly, we've got Miramar coming up shortly, right? So I think that's, again, going to just sort of change the dynamics. We haven't seen Miramar for a little bit, not since the earlier portions of yesterday, so a bit of time has sort of been able to elapse since then. But as we see the match leaderboard from this game, when we're not seeing anyone sort of run away with things yet. Even Cerberus, it's still only 20 points above, essentially, the 4 teams below them. So there's so much wiggle room for teams moving forward. Even the teams down towards the bottom end can still probably have enough time to make an impact and get back up towards the top 5 and get close to them. PMA, Teddy will take player of the match. I think at this point it's all but confirmed, right, that the player of the match is always from the winning team, regardless of maybe, say, a Belmoth, in my eyes, would have probably been the actual player of the match, especially for the plays that he made. But you do have to respect the team that got the chicken dinner. Teddy, pretty decent damage. Good kill proportions at the end as well, 40% and almost 40% there with the damage too. So really leading the way for his team. But here is that total leaderboard, and you can very much see Cerberus back out by about 20 points. I don't remember the largest lead they had. It would have been mid-30s to low 40s.
30. Well, I mean, obviously going into day 2, it was something closer to 40, 50, something like that. I think it was around 40.
Yeah.
I think they were on 70 plus points, and the next closest was just around 35 or so. But yeah, since we've started doing the show, it's been around 30. So this is not the largest. But the funny thing about Cerberus is they're kind of always sticking in there, isn't it? Like it hasn't been a world where they've really failed in any given game, and then Theraton 5 or someone else, Day-Trade, SGT, whatever, have picked up a really big game and have actually closed that gap within single digits kind of thing. Every time Cerberus has looked like maybe they're in danger of dropping that first place, they've pulled off a half-decent game. They haven't had a massive game at all, really. But they've had half-decent games. Well, and so that's keeping them ahead for the moment.
The beauty for Cerberus, Jordan, is they're pretty much under no pressure, under no sweat. They're basically going to be a lock to go to PGC because they're at this point the best Vietnamese team in terms of points. So they'll get that slot. Even if they don't win PCS 7, they'll have that basically there for them anyway. So, and even if that somehow doesn't translate, which it really shouldn't, the only other team that could contest for them for that position as best Vietnamese team is the Expendables, and they're at the moment in 12th. So realistically for Cerberus, it's depending on how much do they want to win this event going into PGC, because they're going to be going there, they're going to be attending the event. It's a matter of, do they really want to win this event, do they want to give everything, or do they maybe take the foot off the pedal and think maybe, do we want to try and salvage some things going into PGC? 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, it would all be just as good really for them to qualify.
I tell you what, there's a pretty significant jump from 2nd place to 1st place in terms of prize money.
True.
So you really do want to be getting the dub if you can. 80,000 for 1st, 36,000 for 2nd. So that is a pretty dramatic decrease. I think at this point, all teams going to be looking for 1st place if they can get it.
All right, we're going to get a short break when we come back, though. 2 games of Miramar on the other side.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
updates to Destin, a new vehicle, and special new skins. All this and more as we dive into the Update 19.2 patch report. First up, Destin is getting some additional cover in several areas, as well as more cell towers, ascenders, and fuel pumps. You'll also now notice the passage of time and even shifting weather patterns in your Destin games. If your match is going long and you're starting to feel hangry, look out for the newest Battlegrounds vehicle, the food truck. This sturdy vehicle holds a driver and passenger, while up to 2 others serve up hot food and even hotter lead in the back. There's also new heavy stock in the game to try out on your favorite stock-slotted weapon. You may remember us talking about an animation refresh some time back. This update, you'll start to see the fruits of those efforts with new animations for all weapon operations and player motions. Check them out and let us know what you think. For those looking to really pimp their ride, we've added new special vehicle skins to the game. Our first set will turn your run-of-the-mill Coupe RB into a sleek and sexy McLaren GT. Customized paint, rims, and even your brakes. These customizations can be crafted in the workshop or by collecting rewards from the new McLaren Crafter's Pass. But before you go betting your pink slip, while it may look like a McLaren, it still performs like a regular old coupe. There's quite a bit more to learn about these updates and more, so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 19.2 is here, so drop in, wax up that new McLaren, and serve up some chicken dinner, extra bullets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Well, Erangel is over for the first week of PCS 7 APAC. A little bit of a break, but now heading to Miramar once again, which is probably to the delight of some teams, most notably Daytrade Jordan, which, well, if you kind of go back to their last Miramar games, 4th, 1st, 3rd, 2nd, 5th, yeah, they like it on Miramar very, very much. And look, they finished strong on Erangel in that last game. 8 kills, 2nd place, but falling short to PMA.
Yeah, most definitely. It's going to be a nice welcome change for Daytrade. They picked up a lot of points on Miramar, 60 of them so far in this event. We compare that to what they've had on Erangel, only the 39, which I think was actually drastically improved with that last game that you mentioned. Prior to that, it was looking a little worse for wear. So this is very much their comfort territory. Only 2 games here on Miramar, though, to touch on today, so not as much time to play with as what we had on Erangel. Other teams to keep an eye on for this map. Cerberus have been good. Theraton 5 have been good. MSC Chonburi have been a little bit better here as well onto Miramar. So those are probably the 4 performing teams on this map thus far. Yep. That's not to say that it won't change heading into, obviously, next week, but yeah, I think particularly in the case of Daytrade, who have been the best Miramar team so far in PCS 7, which was also the case, by the way, in PCS 6, they're the real ones to watch.
At the moment, Nordra leading the way in terms of damage, and second for kills is very much standing out as maybe the MVP so far for PCS 7 APAC, as we draw attention to what is actually a very initial engagement of Porto Paraíso with E-Arena and NGE. Unfortunate for Diane, goes down early to Sapnix, but Neilty is there to go for the swift revive and is now in a safe position on the stairs to get revived. Miramar doesn't always give us the pleasantries of early action, but maybe through E-Arena and NGE we might see a little bit here as we do get our phase 1 circle over towards the Los Leones side of Miramar, which is not too bad. I feel like out of all of the circles that you can get, this can actually provide a bit of action early on. Los Leones is not exactly the kind of position that you want to sort of dive into early on. So that, with a little bit of water, does kind of take away a bit of real estate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily just the circle, but also the plane path that has to be factored in. When it's such a southern plane path, you typically do see those teams that like to drop up toward like San Martin, El Pozo, like La Cobb, etc. These kinds of more northern towns either struggling to get there or just deciding not to go there at all and dropping somewhere south of Los Leones or, yeah, in Porto Paraíso, which is what E-Arena have done alongside NGE. And so you do tend to see a bit more of a clump of teams. There's normally like maybe 2 or 3 more teams on this part of the map than there ordinarily would be. Good shot from KM99. Diane goes down. And it looks like it's going to be the 2-man breach. Neil T, he's got a great shot to start it off, though. It's just Izzy now on his own. You talk about 2-man breach, it's a 1-man now. I guess they do have Lyrics to come over as well and help out, but
with an M16 though, it's probably not ideal. I think I'd back in Neil T on the shotgun with a high ground stab position. So Lyrics, and what a swing though from Sapnix. So NG gone, last place. They didn't even last 3 minutes on Miramar. E-Arena, the beneficiaries of the 4 kills, and kind of like, I guess, the way it has been going for them this tournament for E-Arena, Jordan. The kills are plenty. The placement points, not quite always there.
Not so much. But, hey, I mean, look, kill points definitely are valuable. E-Arena, they're in the top 6, so can't really fault them at the moment. If they can just shore up the placement points a little bit more, they'll be in a really, really good spot. We take a look at the top 5 for the last game. You mentioned Nordra a little bit earlier. He was an MVP back in the seasons that Buriram were dominating. He was pretty much the one that was leading from the front, damage and kills wise. Seems to be following suit once again here in PCS 7. Belmoth didn't have a bad shout there either. Really couple of very impactful frags. You know, 4 kills is not the biggest, not the largest amount, but the ones that he did get were really important. And for Sololzi here against Theraton 5 no less, this could be a huge position with the DBS.
Just had a look, by the way.
Oh, he's been found!
Nordra, an MVP back in Series 4, so it was a while ago, as Patton Pong does get the kill onto Sololzi. Not ideal for Cerberus, especially
that's massive, though.
Their hunt of keeping that top spot. Not only do they lose a player, but they give up a kill to the team in second.
Yeah, huge stuff from Patton Pong, who continues to impress me at this event. The fact that he even checks that he has the heads up mentality to have a little bit of a peek and see what's going on. You think Sololzi's going to get a kill there for sure. maybe he gets traded. You know, maybe it's a 1-for-1. And he's not able to, like, convert the knock, but you'd think he gets a knock every day of the week. Still, Patton all over it. And Theraton 5, I mean, they needed something like that. They really could not afford to be losing a player early here. If they allow Cerberus to get the better of them once more, it just makes that chase all the more difficult.
MS Chonburi didn't have a clean exit in their last game. Unfortunately, vehicle being their downfall and providing their opportunity to rotate in this particular one on Miramar. I think this is where things will slow down a little bit. We obviously had the action at Porto Paraíso with NGE. I was a little bit surprised to be seeing Cerberus lose a player this early on as well, but I think now looking at the map, Jordan, most teams are pretty much just in their vehicles rotating, so, and for those that aren't, are basically already kind of center of this phase 1 circle. Not expecting much more to take place here.
Monty's got a really nice Overwatch position. As of yet, though, not really spotting too much out. He must will be slightly protected by the cliff, the little lip underneath Monty, preventing him from seeing the Cerberus member. Well, there was a little bit of early action, but it seems we are back to the tried and true, the standard for Miramar. Still a lot of teams rotating their way in from the northern side, and a couple of them might take it a little bit late. Evil Patrick and Nan have opted to pull up here and see if they can deal with PMA. It's in Val Del Mar. Not really the kind of spot you'd want to be fighting in. They've still both got a really long way to go to get into the zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? Not expecting these two to be really in this position at all. Trying to figure out why exactly that they're both, I guess, ended up in that possession. Ranger X will take the kill onto Jarman. Exquisite will help out. 2 early kills now for Theraton 5. And yeah, further bad news for MS Chonburi. It's not really been the day for them, Jordan. Coming into today, they were, one of a couple teams around that sort of top 6, top 7 that were, vying to get into the top 5. And while some have gone up, they've started to kind of go down a little bit. And, they're only 1 point away from being dropped down to 11th. So a bit of a drop, Mr. Clay. Not a bad spray, but Mad Dog should get away.
He's still copping a lot of bullets. None of them connecting. But that would have been a scary drive. Oh, it's still going. They're chasing. Oh, Pete, you just got deleted, my friend. That is clean from Evil Patrick. I guess you bite off a little more than you can chew. It's like when you go to one of those restaurants that serves you like half live octopus or something, and then it's on the way down and it gets stuck in your neck. Have you ever been to one of those?
No.
The suckers still work?
I think you're on your own here, mate.
Yeah, I've never been to one of those either. I just know I know it's a thing. I would never do that. That's scary.
Well, it's been a scary tournament so far for Team Bliss. 42 points. Just, I guess in one way though, they're not. I know they're last, but they're not like, say, on 10 points. We've seen teams in the past that are last, but they've got very little points to show for it. I mean, in all reality, they're a win and a whole bunch of kills away from skyrocketing up into the middle of the pack. So they kind of just have to keep faith, don't they? 2 games here on Miramar, and then, of course, when they come back next week, it'll be another 3 Miramar games. So they're not too far away. As much as it's been a tournament that's been not pleasurable, you can turn it around very quickly.
Ooh, let's have a look at this.
Bang.
Yeah, boomed. When the first shot's a headshot, you know it's good. Because then you really only have to connect one more. And he wasn't moving super quickly because he had seat swaps and he was just driving in a straight line. Made it kind of too easy for Evil Patrick. This is an interesting move from J-End. Oh, no, Mirage. Don't stand still, sir. That would be a mistake. I mean, are you really expecting just one guy to come walking up the hill here? This is a little bit of a mess. Tycon dealing with 777. Was copping shots from Monty as he tried to defend, but the Expendables will lose a player.
Yeah, a rotation that doesn't work out for them in the end. I thought for a second they were crashing, and not sure if they actually were intending to, and maybe then just got sort of warded off. And there are those shots now from JN.
Doesn't know Insight there, does he?
Oh, he doesn't. Headshot, cops it immediately. That may just force him back. Insight letting the initial shot. It was one that needed to land. Tell you what, though, if he didn't know that he was there, he's quite fortunate to get out with his life intact. He's not healing, though. He threw the flash out. He's got a little bit of help now as well. I think Insight might be in a bit of trouble. He needs some help. He needs the reinforcements. The nade's so close. A little bit of damage, but then the first aid kit goes off anyway. So it's like it didn't even hit him.
Yeah, JN, he's just going to keep that pressure up, isn't he? He'll push forward. Mirage, he's able to get the info. He's able to calm this across. He's probably saying, yeah, look, they're pushing.
There it is.
And Insight takes the peak nicely, but there's more Icarus players.
Oh, what a nade!
And that nade is huge from AT. So, Icarus really ruining the hopes and dreams of Team Bliss.
Yeah. And Mirage
Bryn
is dead.
can't do anything about it. Yeah, Mirage and Insight are
They're both dead.
I think we can say.
It's almost like Bryn's just trying to get exit frags here and see if he can get anyone from Icarus that maybe tries to overpeak, overextend. Edie will actually almost try and take that kill away from Icarus, but no, they earned it. Honestly, JN earned it. And for Team Bliss, they had the 2-2 split. It backfires. That's one of the downsides when you're holding those high positions. You know, there's a lot of people that can be looking at you, and you have got no idea. But still a strange play in some ways. Why is Icarus almost just sort of crab walking their way up that bit of terrain on the outskirts of Los Leones? An interesting play, but it works out.
Well, Evil Patrick and the rest of Archangel Predator are on the move. Better late than never, I dare say. But they haven't really left themselves too much real estate to rock up in. Most teams have already sort of completed their rotations. Akita is going to have a rude awakening if he pulls up here. Looks like he's still on the move. The rest of Origami Orangutans are hanging around. I mean, Belmoth has held his fire, and now Akita is, unfortunately, not quite going to be able to get away from that one. It looked like it was going to be okay. It looked like Belmoth missed his shots, but not the case anymore, that's for sure. The double headshot, and then one or two more into FP. He's a man on a mission. The rest of Origami Orangutans get out of there alive, but they do lose a player.
I think the SLR, though, from Belmoth was so much cleaner. Quick turnaround knockdown. Doesn't translate as much the same, but so clean with it. It was a big loss for them as well in that previous game where he went out early, very early. FP does get revived, so it's not a big deal. Such is the nature of Miramar, right? Where you get knocked down from a long distance away. So easy to then get revived. 52 alive, heading into phase 3. One team eliminated, of course, because of the double team drop on Porto Paraíso. Tell you what, not the most action-packed we've ever seen from Miramar, but a pretty good one.
Oh, yeah, I'd say it's up there, definitely.
Definitely. Oh,
and that's a couple of good shots in from Edie and Nordrup, who combined for the knock on to Evil Patrick, and he's a dead man. Doesn't get out of there alive. Another point on the board for Buram. They're getting close to triple figures now. They would be the 5th team to get there if they do it this game, and it sort of feels like it's an inevitability. Just a couple of points away.
In some ways, it almost
zone shift to come.
In some ways, it almost feels like the race to 200. Right, we always kind of try and do the maths, the calculations, right? If you get 100 in week 1, well, then 100 in week 2 is kind of the pass mark, right? Where you're going to kind of estimate in sort of doubling what you get in week 1. Maybe it's not quite the race to 200, Jordan, but maybe closer to say the race to 220 for first place.
I think it's maybe 250, something like that. I mean, Daytrade, they got 310 last season, but obviously that was a massive, massive overperformance. Like, they had 183 points in week 1, which was 60 plus points a day. It's kind of crazy. And actually, for context, Teraton 5 and Unicorn Phoenix both got in the realms of 230 to 240 points. So I think 250 plus is probably a good spot to be aiming for if you are looking for the win. It might even require a little bit more than that, depending on how top heavy the lobby is. I think with the way this lobby has been reasonably competitive toward the bottom end even, maybe 250 is going to be the mark, because a lot of those points are actually being soaked up by the teams in sort of the 10 to 16 mark.
That's true.
We're certainly not going to be seeing anyone get to 310.
No.
That would be an overreach at this point.
Unless Cerberus just somehow refine that day one form and are able to replicate that over the majority of week 2, then yeah, potentially. I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. Probably 250, much closer to the mark, especially considering Cerberus already at what 126, going into one more game after this. As AAP get into pickup truck on their way out of the blue. At the moment, have to just kind of ride the wave away from Bureau Ram. Minute and a half until phase number 4. Not a bad circle for Theraton 5 along with Cerberus. Team Bliss would have been sitting very happy had they had all 4 players alive. They went for the 2-2 split, can't fault them. If we've been saying that they've been sort of passive, well, that's a more aggressive play, and you have to sort of back that in. It just didn't work this time around. Orangutans on the rotation, both through Icarus and from the future, and they get through unscathed. Rain took a bit of damage, but he survives. They lost the play, of course, earlier in Akita, but not a bad little rotate for the Orangutans, and they get to a good bowl position too.
Ooh, Rip is going to have to get picked up by Rain. Never mind, they're actually going to stop there. Yeah, I mean, an early rotation from Origami Orangutans. We'll see whether or not that does end up working out for them. They, I would say, are a little prone to getting just breached in that kind of position, or someone's going to drive past them and fire a couple of shots in. Ram just wants Archangel Predator on the way, and actually, here's exactly what I'm talking about. Archangel Predator, they're on their rotate, and they're looking like they might just go past Origami Orangutans. They do go a little wayward, and Nan obviously dropping as well. We'll keep the Orangutans safe for now, but it does feel like they've kind of put themselves squarely in a rotation path for the teams that are coming out of Lost Leonas, something that they're going to need to be really on the ball with. Look, I mean, day trade from the future, Icarus, Buram, if this goes like anywhere north or out to the east, then Origami Orangutans squarely in that rotation path, and that's probably the worst possible news for Origami Orangutans. I think they're going to have to move again. They're going to have to keep going. You don't want to stop there.
Yeah, they'll get completely swarmed. Great circle, though, for Theraton 5. Second place to the moment, 19 points behind Cerberus, and they get a big circle feed on their compound. It's largely one of the only ones left. I think EA might still have a bit of cover. Same with MS Chonburi, but nothing as good as T5. Mad Dog goes down to the Molotov of Canaxi. He'll confirm he's down and get the kill. And then ED will get rid of CJ and AAP. Their woes continue here on day 3. Ninja goes down. That's not ideal. And then the nade, the follow-up as well. Ranger X just pushing out of the compound. T5 so aggressive, even when they've got the defensive positions. 5 kills.
Monty.
And now the push onto Monty and Bryn. Bryn cooks a good nade. Monty drops down from the heavens, lands a good couple of shots. The nade to follow up. It actually gives a team nade. Bryn has landed it onto Monty. Salvages it though by getting the kills. With a bit of help, Monty got the first 2, Bryn got the last 2, including Monty.
Yeah, well, as long as he secures the 1v1 right at the end there, then I think Monty's going to give him a pat on the back on the way out, even if his hand has been blown off. So it's all good. As far as Team Bliss are concerned, those are some very important points to be getting on the board. Exquisite finds himself a knock onto Himas, and E-Arena, they are lurking around. The nade goes in, it does some good damage. Zizzy's got another to play with. This could be the end of Cerberus for game 4 of the evening. That nade a bit wayward. Skeet even having shots in as well. You can see how difficult this circle is to play if you're one of the late rotators, and I'd say this should be the end for Cerberus. Looks like Zizzy is just going to back off half a step. He's probably a little bit worried about MSC. Tycon's being rezzed. Haisaki's getting that job done. We'll need to go and pick up the other player that got knocked as well. But if Cerberus get out of there with 3 alive, that's a good result, all things considered.
I do feel like if E-Arena have to fall back here and Cerberus are able to, get these revives, I think they might be safe there for a little bit. MS Chonburi do have somewhat of an angle, but it's, I think, manageable. Otherwise, they'd be dead by now. That nade just a little bit short of Sophia, who pulls up and just sprays down Sapnix with a bit of help from Shen. And Shen will obviously go and get that kill and get that down confirmed onto Sapnix. SGD actually quiet in this game. No kills yet, but I guess here they come to try and clear out the eastern side. 10 seconds until phase 5. And yeah, you can see on the map now, Jordan, E-Arena have completely moved away from Cerberus. From what looked like a chance to be completely knocked out, they are going to heap 3 players alive. MS Chonburi is still firing in their direction, but MS Chonburi now have to move, and T5 get the circle again.
This will be a big one for Teraton 5, and actually in context as well, a big one for Cerberus. If they can at least put another 5 or 6 points on here, then it probably puts them out of the catching distance for Teraton 5 for at least one more round. Daytrade get knocked out, largely at the hands of Team Bliss. Monty and Bryn, this dynamic duo, are doing a lot of work. They've had the set of buildings, the compound that they've held strong in for quite a while now, and it's been very, very favorable for them. But my main point here is, again, Teraton 5 look like they're going to have a good game. Never mind. There's some more shooting to talk about. Rip goes down pretty cheaply. But Teraton 5 look like they're going to have a good game. Problem is, Cerberus are also hanging on.
Yeah. And Cerberus are actually making a bit of a move. You can see them in the minimap. They've actually moved up closer towards MS Chonburi and also closer to T5's compound. So they've made a move away from the position that was rather comfortable for them. They could really get something from this game. From the edge of being knocked out to now potentially making a move onto the compound of T5, who have all pushed up. So Cerberus are going to get this warehouse. It's been vacated because Teraton 5 have pushed onto Genius Esports on the north side of this compound. It's fine, they're getting kills, but they've given up the warehouse, and they've got to lose Patton Bong, who's pushed out way too aggressively. T5 from a couple of circle feeds. They push out, they look for kills, and they lose a player, and they lose the warehouse.
I'm not really sure about that. That looks to me to be the first kind of serious error that Teraton 5 have made. I don't know, maybe he was sort of really in need of ammo or meds or something. Teraton 5 might be running low on resources, and that's why they've gone for that chance to try to get to the box and see what's in there. But not only have they given up control of this compound and allowed Cerberus in, they've also lost another player on the back end. It's gone horribly wrong for Teraton 5. This was the god spot. They had the compound. They were in the circle. And yet now, it's just down to Exquisite, and Cerberus are walking their way in for free.
Oh my goodness. What a turn of events from what looked like really almost a sure thing for T5 to confirm themselves a very, very good game here. And it's not a bad game, 6 kills, but it looks like they're going to walk away with no placement points if Exquisite cannot manage a way to get out of here, and I don't think he can. It looks like all the exits are blocked off. Job Jab goes down to Himas and Zest. Himas being the one that confirms the points. And from 1 kill to 4 kills for Cerberus, plus the warehouse. What a change in their fortunes as well this game. Complete turnaround.
Yep. Again and again, it continues to happen, doesn't it? Teraton 5, they're just faltering at that final hurdle. They're just never able to get themselves up into first place. Cerberus continue to hang on to it. Hard to imagine that anyone will catch them off this game. And if they have a good finish, it looks like they will, then they might not be caught again today. It may well be a week 2 conversation rather than, I mean, it looked like it was going to be a yesterday thing. It looked like it was going to be a today thing, but now maybe not. Exquisite is just hiding, trying to keep himself alive as long as possible. Placement points still going to be on offer, and they're not too far away. We've only got 9 teams left.
Yeah, and of those 9, well, yeah, you've got the large majority of the top 5, top 6 still alive. Nice little 1-for-1 trade. Decent, at least from Julio, to get it down onto Shen, who's been such a big performer for SGD. Rather quiet game for SGD, and now you lose one of your star players and trying to just deal with the player inside of a heart. I mean, this has got to be a little bit cleaner from them if they are to be contesting in this particular match. They have to push forward, phase 6, not inside of the circle at the moment. Trying to just get this Molotov into the building. They just can't. It's simple PUBG. Molly's nades into the hut. Come on, guys. It's got to be a bit quicker and cleaner. And they're going to get punished for a bit of time wasting as well. There is that nade, but it took a little bit too long in the end. So MS Chonburi go out 9th on the bubble. That means we've got our final 8 teams for placement points in this game. 6 kills for Buriram. Turning it on here on Miramar, where they've generally struggled, taking some of their Erangel form over to the Sandy Desert.
E-Arena are being a real thorn in the side, literally, of Buriram, but not actually being able to find any knocks, and obviously Buriram continues to walk their way forward. 2 players left for SGD, 2 players left for E-Arena. Buriram continue to work their way pretty comfortably through this game. They've got 7 kills already. They've got 4 players still alive. They're the only team that has that. And now SGD and EA are fighting each other. So going gets a little tougher for those 2 teams. A little bit easier for Buriram. Poor old Rain on his own. Gonna pop a flash in and instantly loses all of his HP to Monty. This should be a pretty routine one for Buriram to finish off. Edie gets it done. Well, actually, Cheating gets it done, but it was Edie's molly.
I mean, fair credit to the orangutans for the way that they were moving throughout the game. You said it, I think, phase 4, that they had to kind of keep moving, and that was really the game plan for them. And I think they actually did a pretty good job of just staying alive. Didn't get much really from the game itself, but the way they were able to kind of keep moving did serve them well, and at least being able to get into the top 8, get that placement point, get a kill point. It all adds up in the long run. Things do quiet down momentarily, and Exquisite somehow still not being cleaned out of this position.
Well, he's going to get one.
Is he?
Or two. I think so, yeah, because they've not cleared him, bro. They've gone straight past him. So there's going to be a world very shortly where Cerberus is going to fight GE, and if Exquisite is not cleared, which I have to imagine the fact that they haven't cleared it by now and gone past him, he won't be. He just walks up behind them, and should be a couple of easy spray downs because it's quite close range. This could still be quite a big turn of events for Teraton 5 if Exquisite can steal another 1 or 2 kills, and he's obviously still hanging in there for the placement points as well.
That's what I was going to say. If he can just sort of hang on and stay alive, I think he can easily get to, that top 3, top 4 kind of position if Genius Esports start to push out and he's able to just live behind them.
How, by the way, are Monty and Bryn still alive? They've got 9 kills.
Well, they've had the compound, which there's not a whole lot of them, really. And I know it's been on the edge of the circle, but they've still had it. In fairness, they've really made the most of this game. Those two in particular, when you think back to the start of the game, losing Mirage and Insight, not ideal. Yep. They obviously had that team that crashed them, and fair play, Monty and Bryn handled it very, very well. But this might be the game that really just reignites things for Team Bliss in this tournament. Monty and Bryn just on a heater, 4 kills apiece. I mean, this is the kind of performance that you can get some hope. Take some form into the next game and then into the next week. You finish strong in this next game. Not only are you middle of the pack, but you got a whole nother week to play. So suddenly you find a little bit of that hope. And they're a team that you can't count out.
I think this is where it's going to start to go wrong, though, for Team Bliss. I mean, they have to move out. They don't really have any cover at all. Buriram has a real beat on them. They already know where Bryn is. Monty's on the move. So he might be a little bit better situated to keep himself alive. But I think Bryn's probably up the creek without a paddle. Zest is very close by here to Monty as well. It should be the end of Team Bliss here, but they've been sharp so far. And Exquisite, I told you, he was going to get 1 or 2. There's the 1. Can he get more than that? Peeks around. He knows Simon's there as well, but can't win that duel. Eventually, the end of Theraton 5, but hey, top 6, the kills they get, you'll take it.
That's job done.
Monty's gone down, and well, Bryn's still alive. He might be able to grab Zest.
Well, I do wonder, does Zest know that Bryn is there? Because Buriram might be able to also just go past Bryn, and Bryn goes quiet mode, and I think this is the right play. So Genius kind of push out, clear Monty, and then push back because Cerberus obviously in that vicinity. Buriram are the king of the sweep though, aren't they? So I don't know if Bryn's going to be able to avoid that. At best, maybe he gets 1. That might happen. Cerberus down to the 3 players, but they're getting placement points into the top 5 now. Canaxi spots him. Yeah, I mean, Buriram are just the kings of that, aren't they? Full credit to Bliss, to Bryn, to Monty. Not only are they no longer team bottom, but they're right back in it in terms of points going into the next game. Not that far away from the Expendables and AAP. It is a bit of daylight at the end of the tunnel for them. Buriram, though, Jordan, they've struggled on Miramar, but they are showing face here. 9 kills. They've got the healthiest list. 4 players up. Everyone else is 3 or 2. Can they win it from here?
Cerberus. They really are hanging on at the moment. No one but Cerberus wants to see Cerberus get a win. I'm amazed that they've even managed to get into the top 4 here. They looked like they were down and out when E-Arena was chucking nades. Just imagine one more of them would have connected. That's the end of Cerberus. Even MSC was firing shots at Cerberus at one point. All at the same time. And yet, they kept all 3 players alive. Somehow they walked their way into this.
He's just spotted both of them. He's picked up. He gets 2. Oh, you just can't be standing still. Beautiful movement from Buriram this game. They've played the circle perfectly. The edge is their oyster. Simon T loitering above Canaxi, though. This could be the thorn. And I think it will be. He's got no idea that Simon T's right behind him. So Canaxi probably falls here unless barring an absolute amazing flick 180. He'd have to hit it, and he doesn't. Simon T will catch his prey. Jinxing trying to fire a few shots back the other way, but Canaxi nowhere near the rest of the team. And now it's about to be a 3v3 with Cerberus.
I mean, I think Cerberus is really the big problem here for Buriram. They're obviously quite close by to one another. The nades are getting tossed across. That one, the second, a little bit of damage onto him as I thought it was going to roll in the correct area. But Nordrop, he's going to continue tossing those flashes. Edie's getting the better of him as he's dropped to Tycon, though. And it's Nordrop one-on-one against Tycon. He sees him, but he doesn't. It was on his screen, but he did not see him. And Tycon got the first shots off. Simon T and Zest, they could still win this game. GE, could they do it? Do a PMA?
It has that same kind of thought, but Tycon, he's been basically one of the MVPs of this tournament so far. He gets Zest, and he forces a 1v1 with Simon T. Cerberus, they have not had a win for what feels like a lifetime. You have to go back to the 4th round on day 1.
This rotation's really good from Simon, but I think Tycon's read it. He's looking in that direction. He's probably even seen him. The flashes are insane. They're landing on top of his head.
He's got one more.
He's got more.
He's got more.
Just shoot him, bro.
No, just keep flashing him to death. He'll die to the blue. Oh, Simon's played that perfectly.
Oh, my God.
Simon says, let's throw flashbangs, and Simon follows through. Genius Esports with the dub, with the chicken dinner. A bit of a strange one, Jordan, but hey, a win is a win for Genius Esports. Their first win as well for PCS 7 APAC.
Tell you what, Tycon better go to Specsavers after that one and get an eye test, because I don't think they're going to be working for the next couple of games. You can't kill what you can't see, I guess, to be fair, and there was really just no chance for Tycon because he was perma-blind. What can he do? End of the day, nice win for GE, and a much-needed win for them as well. I mean, we've seen a couple of those so far today, right? PMA, GE now as well. Just keeping their heads down in the late stages and inevitably walking away with the win. I thought, though, Tycon was going to get that done until all those flashes got thrown in.
I know.
He looked like he was reading it. He looked like he was sharp. And we've seen what he could do before. I was a bit scared.
He's played that well, though, Simon. You have to give him full plaudits. He understood where Simon, where obviously Tycon was located. He's thrown those perfectly. He's moved with them after each throw. He's put himself in a position to win that game. So full credit. And obviously, though, for Cerberus, Jordan, the gap once again, every time it looks like a team is encroaching upon them at the top of the standings and getting it to about 10 or 11 points, they find a way to hit back. Now it's ballooned back out to 23 points. So we've seen this about now 2 or 3 times. So teams just have to be able to somehow find a way to stop Cerberus a little bit earlier in some of these games now, because they're starting to find some consistency. Here's the last 5 games for Cerberus: 2nd, 5th, 4th, and 2nd, and a 10th in there with 3 kills. So they've actually started to sort of pick up the pace and match those teams that are 2nd to, I would say, about 5th. And the way that they have been performing so far in day 2 and day 3. So Cerberus are back, baby. They're tied for top kills. They're still number 1 for placement. Didn't quite get the win there. Full credit, obviously, to GE. Deserved that one. But, yeah, I mean, remember back to the middle of that game, too. Cerberus down to 1 player left standing in that ditch. Looked like they were going to get basically nothing from the game. What a turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big talking point, of course, for Cerberus now is that they've had 2 pretty good days. They've had 1 bad day. Yesterday was a rough day. Today, though, has been pretty solid across the board.
Yeah.
They've been able to get points in every single game. And even when they went out in 10th, they managed to get 3 kills. And that has, again, elevated their lead. They're now 23, I should say, above what Theraton 5 are at. So they're still sort of kind of keeping it slowly but surely increasing, actually, today. And Theraton 5, I mean, what a missed opportunity that was for them. They had control of the compound. They pushed out a little bit aggressively, pat on pong, trying to get to a death box. I have to imagine maybe Theraton 5 were running low on resources or something. Because for him to push out like that, there has to be a reason for it, right? And it not only did it lose them a player, they sort of all focused their attention on that direction toward GE, I think it was.
Yep.
And that opened up the door for Cerberus. They left it wide open and said, hey, please come in, have our dinner. We cooked it for you. And they go out in 6th with 7 kills. It's like, it's not a bad performance by Theraton 5 for any stretch of the imagination, but it could have been so much more.
I wonder whoever made that call, obviously, for Cerberus. They were in that ditch. They were getting peppered by MS Chopper, and they pushed to the warehouse instead. And, yeah, talk about timing. That should have been a game that I think Theraton 5 will look back and think we could have got a whole lot more than 9 points. There they are in 5th. from that game. 2 placement points, but 7 kill points. Of course, Genius Esports picking up the win, 18 points from this game. Buriram, though, a little under the radar, of course. They had 11 kills in this game, Jordan, finishing in 3rd. Massive performance on Miramar. And so now, basically, from the 8th round to the 14th round, they've almost gotten to the top 5 every single time. So they have been really consistent, and now doing it on both maps, that's a concern. If you're Cerberus, if you're T5, SGD, all those teams at the top at Buriram are starting to do it on both maps. Simon Tay, of course, I think very much deserved player of the match with those flashes in hand, able to get the win in the end. And here is that total leaderboard. Cerberus now 137 points. So yes, from 10 back out to 20, down to 11, back out to now 23 going into our last game of the night.
Yeah, they're definitely moving up in the world. I think you have to look at Buriram as well as another team that's kind of working their way up slowly but surely through those standings. And Day Trade on the decline. They came in 3rd place. They're now down into 5th place for the day overall. Buriram and SGD have also both looked quite good today, and Day Trade haven't really gotten it together apart from, that one last game. We sort of said maybe Miramar was going to be the herald of their success and turn things back around, but obviously not the case there with only the 11th place 3-kill game. That is not up to the scratch that we've come to expect from Day Trade on this map. So last game of the week coming up next, and that is going to be a big one for all involved.
Just to keep everyone sort of guessing what's going to happen in this final game, let's go to a break, and you can all guess for a little bit longer. When we do come back, though, Miramar for our final game of week 1, PCS 7 APAC.
One question. So is that on
Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop.
Some updates to Destin, a new vehicle, and special new skins. All this and more as we dive into the Update 19.2 patch report. First up, Destin is getting some additional cover in several areas, as well as more cell towers, ascenders, and fuel pumps. You'll also now notice the passage of time and even shifting weather patterns in your Destin games. If your match is going long and you're starting to feel hangry, look out for the newest Battlegrounds vehicle, the food truck. This sturdy vehicle holds a driver and passenger, while up to 2 others serve up hot food and even hotter lead in the back. There's also new heavy stock in the game to try out on your favorite stock-slotted weapon. You may remember us talking about an animation refresh some time back. This update, you'll start to see the fruits of those efforts with new animations for all weapon operations and player motions. Check them out and let us know what you think. For those looking to really pimp their ride, we've added new special vehicle skins to the game. Our first set will turn your run-of-the-mill Coupe RB into a sleek and sexy McLaren GT. Customize paint, rims, and even your brakes. These customizations can be crafted in the workshop or by collecting rewards from the new McLaren Crafters Pass. But before you go betting your pink slip, while it may look like a McLaren, it still performs like a regular old coupe. There's quite a bit more to learn about these updates and more, so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 19.2 is here, so drop in, wax up that new McLaren, and serve up some chicken dinner, extra bullets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The race for the top spot here for PCS 7 APAC fairly heating up. Cerberus reclaiming that top spot with a little bit of an ascendancy. 23 points now above second place. They're at top 5, Jordan. But hey, every time they've been able to sort of get back out to that 20-point lead, someone has been able to sort of claw it back the next game. We'll see. Can Cerberus put it together for a couple of games in a row? Round 13, 4 wins, 5 kills. The last round, second place and 6 kills. So 2 games in a row now we've seen Cerberus finally get a little bit of consistency. Can they make it 3 rounds in a row? Yeah,
and I think most importantly in those last couple of rounds, Theraton 5 not really being able to have a massive performance. I mean, last game wasn't too bad for them. Round 13, very, very bad. They got bridge camped by, I think it was E-Arena on their way in, so they didn't really get any points at all from that one. So they've actually kind of dropped off the pace a little bit, whereas Cerberus has started to pick it up a bit. Buriram have done the same. They picked things up in the last couple. I think barring any major shenanigans coming in here to game number 15, it's unlikely we're going to see anyone toppling Cerberus this week. The closest we'll get, maybe is Theraton 5 or Buriram having a good game here and Cerberus just getting dropped out pretty quickly. And at that point, we might see them on, 135 points or, something similar, something like that. Like that's 21 points away for Theraton 5 if they were to win with a good result. But even that is not going to be enough to overtake Cerberus. So hard to imagine Cerberus drops out of first place. But obviously, that doesn't really matter too much this week. This time next week, though, this will be the last game of PCS 7 for APAC. So every point matters right now as we head into more or less the halfway stage of the competition at the end of this game.
A big game to at least maybe feel a little bit happy going into next week. And there's a lot of teams, especially towards the bottom half of the standings, that are, not too far away. This is what we've been talking about throughout this entire event, Jordan. For the first time in a long time, it is actually really close towards the bottom. There's not, 1 or 2 teams generally in the past are like really bad. So we're talking like 15, 20 points kind of bad. The minimum, last place at the moment is on 50 points. If you can go and get a win, you're going to go from last to about 10th. So that's incredible. We don't generally see that. And we saw it kind of with Team Bliss in that last game. They picked up 9 kills, 5th place. A lot of that down to Monty and Bryn and the dynamic duo for them. And that's launched them from the bottom into 13th. And not only that, but they're now only like 10 points away from overtaking the likes of AAP and the Expendables, which we've spoken about at length as those 3 vying for one of the PGC slots regarding PGC points. So suddenly, light at the end of the tunnel for Team Bliss going into not just this game, but really all of next week. So that might be a bit of a concern for the likes of AAP, the Expendables, who have really struggled. Just giving you some numbers very quickly on both of those, Jordan. For AAP and the Expendables, the last 3 games, 16th and 14th, 13th and 15th, 15th and 14th. Really struggling. So it has allowed Team Bliss back into an interesting circle, though. And wouldn't we just love an island finish to close it all out next to Los Higos? It's certainly possible with this circle. Not likely, but possible.
I mean, it would be fun. We've had some pretty crazy circles so far today, so I guess it's not out of the realms of possibility. Let's just say that and leave it there. What a great game it was from
Monty's damage.
Monty and Bryn. Yeah, I mean, Monty in particular, nearly 15k in 1 damage, but putting together, is that what I said? Or 15K?
You said 15k.
Yeah, that's a bit unreasonable. 1500, sure, we'll go with that. Monty and Bryn, yeah, great game from them. Cheeksing and E not doing too shabby of a job for Buriram, and obviously Simon was able to clutch it out for GE right at the end there. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be a lot of fantasy points for all the Monty pickers, and I know there was a lot of them. I think he was up there at 20+% pick rate.
Yeah, it was relatively high, relatively. Very quickly, there's a little Twitch poll prediction happening at the moment, whether or not it's going to be an island zone. There's a lot of people riding on the yes. I think there's a bit of hopium going on there.
There is a bit of hopium.
I've seen it happen from this kind of circle, but I feel like the times where we generally do get it, it's a little bit more south than what we've got. Just a tiny bit more.
It's a channel point prediction as well, so it's not as if you just get to vote yes or no. It's actually you have to put your channel points on the line. I'm not sure. You can't really do much with your channel points in here, so maybe people are just inclined to dump them all. You can highlight your messages, though. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I'm going to go with no, and I'm going to put every single thing I've got because I don't think it's likely. At the moment, 77% saying no. It's probably about right in terms of the chances of it actually happening. I think is about maybe 20% chance it happens. So
you'd have to have a full hard south shift for the next one, and even then, it might be a bit how you're going.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on that really as it does translate. Of course, though, that does mean for the teams up the very far north, regardless if it does go to the island, it is going to be a very southern circle, so you can't loot for too long, and probably the team that will be most affected, they're at Tom 5, along with probably Archangel Predator. Those two very far up to the north. SGD, though, on our screens, Jordan. And look, they've been thereabouts. They're obviously in fourth at the moment, not too far behind Buriram and T5, and very much in contention with even Cerberus. What more do they need to really show you to believe that they can take that top spot, which if they do finish first, they go to PGC?
I don't know that they need to show me anything more necessarily. Like, I kind of feel as though Theraton 5 is doing what they need to do at the moment. I mean, in some cases, they have had a bit of bad luck. Like last game, I think, you know, what can you really do? Someone's bridge camped you. It happens, right? They kind of just need to keep doing what they're doing. They're performing really well. Individuals are firing. I'm loving the way they're playing the game. They just kind of have to hope that, you know, maybe they run into Cerberus in one or two of these games and get the better of them, or Cerberus takes a bit of a stumble. I don't know that you can necessarily expect too much more from Theraton 5. Unfortunately for them, their day one has kind of let them down a little bit. If it weren't for day one, if they would have had even a half-decent day one, they probably would be in first place at the moment. But they didn't really get anything done on day one, and that's where, unfortunately, a lot of those points have gone missing. But from what they've been doing on day 2 and day 3, yeah, I mean, I can see them definitely walking away with the win.
And just a little update on the old Twire Fantasy, Jordan, but you are firmly in front of me now. Canaxi is really letting me down, and I've had literally nothing tonight from Jowman and Duck Juice, so...
Honestly, it's surprising, actually, that Canaxi is letting you down, because Buriram's been doing pretty well.
Yeah, Canaxi is probably the one that he's really struggling out of all of them. I mean, look, I guess in fairness, Nordra is going to probably soak up a lot of the kills, but yeah, Canaxi usually is generally up there, as Young P going to go down to Sapnix, E-Arena, and NGE. Renewing this little rivalry that has been brewing here on Miramar. Diane, the nade. Why not just pull out the gun, though? And the nade does do a decent job, followed up by Van with the headshot, too. So a good little combination between Van and Diane. Niall is not quite there yet. Now he's just arriving. So they might still be able to win this one. NGE currently last. And to get out of last, they have to win this fight. Otherwise, it'll be the bottom spot going into next week.
Yeah, things not going particularly well on this one. Man, he's got himself another, though. Zizzy down on the floor. He's not traded. 18 HP. He'll be safe enough to get that med off. Flash is headed in his direction, but that's not a bother. When you've already popped the med, the rest of NGE are on their way in. Sapnix, he's caught Van eventually. Diane could be a big difference maker, though. Peeks from inside the house. That was unexpected. EA just down to the one remaining member, I believe, standing. It is Sapnix. And he's holding patiently. This should be the double swing from NGE. They've gone early. It's a one-man peak, and there's a finish as well from Sapnix to make things look a little worse for where they're not getting it done cleanly, NGE. Sapnix cannot surely clean them both up, though, can he? Oh, he nearly does. They did line up.
Yeah, I thought it almost lined up for him to get that opportunity. No, Canaxi's been knocked down. This is what I'm talking about, Jordan.
Not like this.
It just hasn't been going.
Not for Xenox, not before 10 minutes. That's minus 3 points. Poochills, he's on my team. He's knocked down too. This is not good.
Oh, Tycon and Cerberus, do they maybe smell a little bit of blood in the water? But no, I mean, Miramar, it's hard to sort of, you get those knocks from that distance. You don't really want to drive all that way over. And they didn't have the vision to confirm it from long distance. Canaxi's up. He's fine. Don't know about Pujils, though. Spray from Jowman. Well, I've got him on my fantasy, so go on, Jowman. Light them
off,
up.
King.
Sololzi gets taken down.
No,
That's
Pujils
a big
is dead.
death. And Pujils is gone for day trade. 2 massive deaths, Jordan, for 2 top teams in Cerberus and day trade to close out this game. And Skeet, Emma Strawberry, they are basically just following this player of Haisaka, who's solo, pulls out the nade, puts it back, no, throws it, drop jab, will get the down. So Cerberus, 2 big games in a row, but it's all coming crashing down in the final game of the night.
Yeah. I mean, they know who they've spotted because they've got that initial knock, and they're just going to keep chasing, trying to continue to put as much pressure on Cerberus as possible. They saw what they were able to do last game with 3 alive. Now, the question will be, what can they do with 2 alive? MSC eventually are going to have to give up on that chase. I don't even know where Tycon has ended up in all of this. He's a bit behind him, down the hill on the left by the looks of things. MSC are on the move still. Can't believe it, though. Puchils is down. Of all the people for day trade, -3. -3 points for me. Had to be before 10 minutes, didn't it?
Well,
Scam.
not too far away now from our Phase 2 circle and those channel point predictions. I think it ended up being about 80% predicting that it will not be an island circle. And oh, no.
No, you can't tell me he's done that. He's actively trolling my fantasy team only.
What's going on there?
Puchils, you're off the team next season, mate.
Oh, he's not
I've
coming
seen
back.
enough. I have seen enough. You're
Oh,
in the bin.
no.
You're gone. I'm picking Tycon next season.
Oh, mate, I think Tycon's going to be about 40k next season. Don't worry about that. Yeah, that's
believe
one of the
that.
funnier things we have generally seen. And APAC's a pretty funny region at times, Jordan. So that's definitely up there from Puchils. MS Cholmbury, 2 kills. It's been a rather quiet night for them, so maybe they can finish strong here. Oh, man. There's nowhere better than APAC when it comes to entertainment, isn't there?
What a shambles. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why you'd watch literally any other region, because this is clearly the best region. You don't get that anywhere else, ladies and gentlemen.
All right,
Where's
here we
the
go.
circle going? Who's getting the channel points?
Well, I've
Is
said
it me?
no. I've said we're going mainland, and we will go mainland. It's not
yeah.
fully confirmed, but I mean,
think
in
it's
large
pretty much.
part, yeah, you generally need that island to be almost the center point for Phase 2. I will say, though, I don't know if you can hand out the channel points yet, because it still can technically shift there for Phase 3. We might have to wait a little bit longer, but it is very much looking like Team Mainland getting the win against Team Island Zone to close out here. But look, what does this do for the teams? Probably doesn't do a whole lot. Obviously, the majority of the teams were already well positioned for this kind of circle. Jordan, Icarus being one of them. Team Bliss in a really good position as well. And Cerberus towards the coast, obviously, for the duo of Tycon and Himas, who are both grouped up from the future, though. Now pushing into Levi's, and Tede really lifting that vehicle up into the air. Doesn't
Like a
matter.
shield.
Levi's wins that fight, but there's more to come.
Yeah, this is probably not going to go too well for Levi's, all things considered. Trick, he's actually parked that perfectly. He's gone into the garage. And I guess he'll just play this one a little slower. See if he can lock it down with man. Levi's, he unfortunately is going to go down as well. So it's not really going too well for either of the teams here, to be honest. It's all a bit of a mess from the future of lost players. The Expendables have lost players. Teddy probably is still resable, though. The sword off comes out. Duck juice.
no,
You don't
my
want
God.
Duck juice to go down, but hey, at least it's not -3 points like Puchils.
That's true.
I'm still
Look-
mad.
Look at the bottom 5 of the leaderboard. 53, 54, 4, 5, 7. I mean, it is such a logjam down the bottom. There's no clear standout for worst team. I feel like you've just got so many competitors. Well, there goes the orangutans for what's been, I will say, a largely successful weekend for them at the moment. 10th. May not finish there, though. Man has been brought back up. 3 health. Staying alive. Ninja down. Out for the count. Bye-bye Duck Juice and bye-bye my fantasy league. And, well, goodbye to the Expendables in the bottom 4. And may just fall behind Team Bliss. And may just fall out of their chances of going to PGC if they cannot rebound next week.
Yeah. I mean, look, I will say, though, the Expendables are one of those teams that they might just pop off with a 20-kill game next week and jump 3 or 4 or 5 standings. Seen it before. They're not exactly the most consistent of teams, but they certainly are an explosive team. So I won't count my chickens before they hatch. Teraton 5 are on their way through as well. Extras, it's going down backwards. He wants the style points. You wouldn't be able to do that, would you, Xenox?
Probably not.
You can't even drive.
I would have flipped it completely, to be honest. He's still going. He's like, all right, I guess I'll turn around. I guess I'll go the right way. For Theraton 5. Look, honestly, they can't be in a position where they're honestly having party tricks. They're 3rd place at the moment, 2 points behind 2nd. And not too far away from Cerberus. Evil Patrick will take some shots for Archangel Predator. 2 kills in this game, and honestly, they need all the points that they can get at the moment, because Team Bliss are catching right back up. 13 points, the differential between those two teams respectively. 15 seconds from Phase 3. Very much expecting this to go onto the north side. Not expecting this to go to the island at all here. I mean, there's just not enough water into this circle. It could pretty much go anywhere north towards the east, probably more likely onto Monty, Team Bliss, etc. Yeah, so, and then it'll further go onto them as well. Bliss are going to get a hard feed here.
Pay them out. Pay the channel points out.
Yep. Give me my money.
It ain't going island. Xenox is working for channel points. He doesn't get paid real money. I do, but he doesn't. So give him everything he can get.
I didn't even get double for that. What is this? I thought it was double or nothing. Come on.
No, I think it was double if you voted for it to go on to the island.
Right.
Off the island.
Fair enough. Okay, whatever. I'll take it either way. And I think most of the teams will take that too, Jordan. I don't think they wanted to head on over to the island next to Los Higos. And yeah, most of the teams already inside of this Phase 3 circle as well. So not a lot of room to move if you were a team not in this circle. Buriram making their rotation close by to Team Bliss, MS Chonburi, both occupying big locations. Kanaxi gets knocked by Mirage. Come on.
He's really in the wars this game, isn't he? I think he'll be rezzed. He'll be all right. There's smokes down.
This fantasy league's not good for me, Jordan. I don't know if I'm ever going to do this
never
again.
mind. I lied. Wait, your boy J-Man, though.
I guess I'm not doing this ever again. You know, they tell me, Xenox, you've got to do the Twilight Fantasy. I'm like, all right. I'm not very good at it, but I'll do it. And it's like, I can't. I get biased. I look out for my boys.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, though. You get invested. That's why I love it. I think everyone loves the fantasy. I mean, unless you are you, because I think you came last when we did it for PGC as
generally
well.
awful at it.
So,
at PGC, I think I was last.
Yeah. And you might be last here as well. Anyway, maybe not. Next week could be good for you. I don't know why you'd pick Xiaoman, though. MSC, don't know if I had high expectations for them. Not that they've done too poorly, but definitely not expecting them to be a top 5 team.
I like this, though, from KMF pushing up. We've seen the PMA actually be a team that doesn't mind to get aggressive at times and just look to have a bit of fun. But KMF is so by himself, it's not even funny. The entire split for PMA is a little bit strange at the moment. They've got 2 players under the bridge. Teddy's on the beach, and then KMF's pushing up to AAP by himself. So, look, they're just having some fun, clearly. It's doing well for them in 8th position at the moment, 70 points, but Archangel Predator do get away, pushing into the building towards NGE, who just have the duo now of Neil T and Diane. 4 kills for them and has got them out of that bottom spot. And somehow it's Icarus that's dead last at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, not by much.
No, not by much. I probably shouldn't say dead last. More so just occupying 16th.
Someone has to be.
There goes Zest as Splash finds the kill for Day Trade. Needed that one, considering they already lost Poo Chills falling down the mountain.
Me. Come on. Why do you have to keep bringing it up?
104 points now for Day Trade. Feels like they've got a little bit of catching up to do to the rest of the top 4. 10 points behind Buriram.
Edie's cooking the nade. Has he?
We get Phase 4 circle. Oh, no, it's gone too far.
He's got an idea, though, that Rossiter Jr. is here. Uh-oh.
Oh, that one's perfect.
That's another one from my fantasy team that's going to be copping an L. I don't know how he's seen him. He must have.
Oh,
what are you doing?
Well, if Poochills couldn't go down the mountain one way, let's try it another way. And it's not working out at all for Day Trade.
What are they doing?
What are they doing? This game is strange. They're gone. JN will be the benefit. T5 have just been completely wiped out. What's going on? I am losing my mind in this game.
It's getting late. I think everyone's just going a little bit crazy in this game.
We need a replay of that one. I mean, look, I don't think production can hear us, but replay, please. My goodness, what's just happened there?
I have no idea what is going on. I mean, look,
T5.
we still got Booram and SGD in the race, though, so there is that. But Therazon 5 have gone from 2nd to 4th. That is crazy.
Big drop-off. I guess somewhat like the bottom of the standings, Jordan. The top, very, very close in terms of points as well. And Buriram now up into 2nd place. They did not even attend PCS 6 and now have very much a chance of going to PGC. If they finish 2nd, if they finish 1st, of course, they will go 100%. From the future, 4 kills. Which is a lot of kills for those teams down towards the bottom. FP spray for Icarus. Doesn't quite land. Nil T survives for NGE, and they get to the bowl. 10 teams, 34 alive at the 18-minute mark, Jordan. We've still got a minute and a half until Phase 5. I'm still waiting for that replay of T5 getting wiped out. I don't know if we're going to get it.
We might get it later on. Might get it next week. They do like to show us the big fights in the game following. You know, just at the start to keep things interesting while all the looting's happening. So we might get to catch up with it next week. It'll be a nice surprise. Actually, it'll be Chunks and Saga on Friday next week, so we won't get to see it. Scammed again. That's all right. Archangel Predator are still alive with only the 3 members. They've managed to make their way into the zone for the most part. Icarus have an interesting 1-3 split as well. AT locking down the southern side of the road. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Is this...
No.
Oh, okay. Well, we saw this one. We're getting a replay of the thing that we already saw. I mean, it is pretty funny. It's quite comical. And we actually do get a different angle of it too. I mean, what are they thinking?
They're not. There's nothing. There's nowhere else to go. I suppose is kind of the argument.
If you've ended up in that position, you've done something wrong anyway, right?
I guess so.
Bizarre. I love that Flash actually just managed to actually survive that, gets in, and then just dies to JN anyway.
Yeah, unceremoniously, really. It's like, can't you just give a guy a break? You know, like he's been through hell. He's dropped off a cliff in a car. Just give him 5 seconds.
Himas. Oh, valuable points for Cerberus. Their first kill of the game. Mr. Clay dies for PMA as well. Team Bliss.
Oh, could it be a Team Bliss win?
I tell you what, they've had a couple of circles tonight, Jordan. If they didn't have much luck in day 1, day 2, day 3 has been a turn in their fortunes and could really set themselves up for a big week 2. Tere immediately knocked down as they started to move out from the future. Leo being the one that got that one. Sophia with a bit of help from Leo as well. Also getting the down onto Men. They'll finish him off. Deltavix low on health. He might not be able to survive much longer with Diane taking these shots as they push up the... might just land onto Neil T. No, just fell short. And now he'll get the free kill. It has literally landed in his lap. Easy kill for NGE. And guess what? Bliss are back into last place. But I don't think it will be for long.
Honestly, if Bliss win this, it could actually end up being a jump potentially all the way up into 8th. You know, like... kind of depends on how many of the points go the way of the likes of MSC and Archangel Predator in particular. But yeah, you have to be looking at this one as Bliss and feeling, I mean, this is definitely doable. Definitely doable. 4 players alive. You've got a good compound. Monty and Briz game. Can they make something happen here to save the day for themselves, to save the week for themselves? SGD. They want to continue to try to get as many points on the board and get as close to Cerberus at the end of the week as possible. Make their job next week a lot easier.
Yeah. SGD 6 kills, Buriram 5 kills. Make this maybe 7 with Y8 knocked down by Jervis. Sophia low. Should be able to heal up though, and there's no real immediate danger here onto SGD besides probably the blue pitching in behind them. He has got time to heal up and will do so. Tied for second right now, Buriram and SGD. I mean, I know it's early days, but that could be a battle to see who goes to PGC between those two teams, especially if they're contending for top spot. Wouldn't that be a show for us next week to finish it all off? What a spray from Trek, though, onto Nile T. Still has one more to contest with above onto Diane. Does confirm the kill. 5 now for From the Future, up to 58 points. From last to 12th, it's just that easy.
If you say so. Doesn't really seem to have been easy for any of the teams down in the bottom 4 at the moment. Buriram, that's not a vehicle you want to be in. They'll jump out. It's all right. All good. Don't worry. They're not on my fantasy team, so I don't really mind. But Shen, certainly been a good pickup for those that chose him. And SGD, they do dispatch off From the Future. Leo finds the frag. Diane might be following suit in just a second, but he's got something to say about it. Leo's going to go down. He's dead.
Yeah,
There's
he's
no way.
dead.
Yeah, and, well, good trade from Jervis, but a little bit too late, unfortunately.
I don't mind that, though. You've got 9 kills. You've still got 3 players alive for SGD, making something happen this game. You know, it doesn't have to be completely clean. Unfortunate for Leo. Look at that circle, though, for both Team Bliss and for MS Chomburi. So I'm imagining Jowman and Julio will group up with Skeet and Job Jab. Obviously, there's no point staying in their position. It's not even inside of the circle anymore. But this is where, for Team Bliss, can they get some kills onto Buriram, onto SGD? And those kills would be massive. Like you said, you win this game, and suddenly... I think there's a fair chance not only will they go above the Expendables, they'll be very close to Archangel Predator as well, and puts them in a tremendous position going into next week.
Tremendous might be a bit of a stretch, I'll say, but...
Well, not good. Well, you got to remember, they're just trying to beat AAP and the Expendables. That's the goal. They don't have to finish first. They don't have to finish even top 5. You've just got your direct competitors to deal with. So, considering where they were and where they can be, could be a big turnaround for them. For SGD, though, well, where they are right now is on the wrong side of the road here for Phase 6. Needing to cross, throw these smokes out, try and get closer towards Team Bliss, towards Buriram. That's another fight that could be brewing for them.
Yeah, I think a lot of it also kind of comes down to how active AAP and MSC are going to be in the next 5 minutes or so. If they're picking up a lot of the kills, then it obviously does make it a lot more difficult for the likes of Team Bliss to catch up to them and overtake them, and probably puts a top 8 out of reach. I think even now I'm looking at it and saying, yeah, top 8 might be a bit of a stretch here for Team Bliss, even if they were to win. They'd have to have a massive win to get that done, because Archangel Predator and MSC are going to get some points and elevate themselves a little bit. But you never know. SGD starting to work their way in. We're around up to the north as well. They'll be the two teams that Bliss has to worry about. Archangel Predator are dropping members, though. And Icarus are also a team that's really looking for points at the moment. So finding these kills is really nice for them. Himas brings Mad Dog to an end, and Cerberus go out in 7th. So Archangel Predator, I should say, go out in 7th, and they'll finish on 71 points.
SGD's made their way across the road. They've gotten close to Buriram, knocked down onto Cheekskin. Shendo was taken down by FP, so Buriram gone. 120 points, and putting themselves in a position where they definitely can contend next week in week
Jervis
2.
on the run.
Jervis, though, is trying to run back towards Sophia. 11 kills now for SGD. Just about make that 12. And they are edging close to the Cerberus, who have done a tremendous job in staying alive here as well. Still just the duo, remember, they've only got the 2 kills, but they're getting a whole heap of placement points for Himas and Tycon.
This is a bit more confidence, though, being shown by Team Bliss now. They're starting to push their way in the direction of SGD, who are very worse for wear. Monty's having a look. Insight's also doing the same. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find anything. Not cleanly, anyway. The heals have come across. Team Bliss are evidently very wary of dropping a player in a situation like this, which would make the job a lot easier for MSC. I don't know who really is feeling a little more confident with that feed. Probably MSC, given their side of the map is a little less busy.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? Not so much the circle, but the busyness around the side that you're on. So MS Chonburi, no one's pushing behind them. They don't have, although in saying that, as we're kind of watching this, SGD is literally pushing on Cerberus. So that's not even a factor, I guess, for Team Bliss either. These two are just going to have that mutual destruction and take each other out, probably. And then I think it comes down to Team Bliss versus MS Chonburi. The question is, can Cerberus be the team that wins this engagement? Tycon, knocked down on to Sophia. And we know what Sophia is capable of in these late round clutch moments, but he got taken down rather easily this time, and Jervis is feeling the pressure.
Nades.
Oh, that
He's
nade
dead.
is going to fall right onto his feet. Tycon, a superstar in the making before our very eyes. And
Definitely.
Bliss, though, the Bliss of old, feeling like this is their moment to push out, to find these kills, and to wrap up this game. Still no kills this game. And you can see how patient they're playing this. And I think in some ways, expecting the push now from MS Chonburi as well, they are playing quite wary. But wary can be good.
I kind of like what MSC have done, though. They've sent Job Jab and Jiao Man to get a bit of map control. Julio's out on the far eastern flank as well. You make the argument that they have a better control of the map than what Team Bliss does.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one thing for Team Bliss, though, from here, you obviously might question and say, are they not being aggressive enough? But you don't have as much information. Don't know where Cerberus are actually located. Then, not only that, if you push too aggressively onto Cerberus, then MS Chonburi may just then push into that location as well. And I do believe we've actually lost Jordan, unfortunately. We'll go the old school solo cast to finish this one off. Good old internet maintenance there. Tycon, though, has got Team Bliss close by. Himas in a good position, at least throws the nade, forces them back. And I guess in some ways, this is the problem. If Team Bliss take too long with Cerberus, MS Chonburi are just getting so much circle control from here. They are getting all of that central position now. Jiao Man has been able to push up. And honestly, I think, who's the player at the back? I think it's Julio. He could probably wrap up north as well and really then ham in Team Bliss. This is taking too long to finish this off, and you could see from that little helicopter overview the ability for MS Chonburi now to push out, get so much space. But credit to Cerberus, for they have been able to just sort of hold on here. They got the kills that they needed as well earlier on to SGD, took them out, couple of extra kills to go their way, top 3. And Team Bliss, they don't know that Tycon's this close. Spray, first one's great. Second one to follow up on the Mirage. Doesn't quite land as many as he so needed to. Nade goes out now from Himas. Obviously, Bliss are aware of this. They fall back. MS Chonburi actually more so now trying to actually fire on to Cerberus. This might be a reprieve in the end for Team Bliss. Not to be just yet. And there is Bryn down. Molotov, it's perfect. Insight falls to his knees as well. Mirage dropping to the floor. It's MS Chonburi. Like sharks that they are, smelling the blood in the water of both Team Bliss and Cerberus. From the bottom half of the standings now into the top half. And to give themselves belief going into next week, Jalman leading from the front to clean up the rest of Team Bliss. They had their opportunities to win this game, and MS Chonburi have completely and resoundingly punished them for it. A wonderful execution from MS Chonburi. Map control, game control, and they get the kills that they deserved in the end. A fantastic way to finish off week 1 for PCS 7 APAC. But Team Bliss will be questioning themselves. Were they a little too passive? A little too apprehensive? Needed to deal with Cerberus so much quicker than they ended up being able to. And in the end, not even really able to. And obviously for Cerberus, top spot. I mean, they are looking like the team still to beat. It started that way back on day 1, and it will end that way here on day 3. 20-point lead is what they've got going into week number 2. What a victory in the end, though, for MS Chonburi. They're first for PCS 7 APAC. And obviously, they had a pretty decent circle shift throughout the middle portion of that game, along with Team Bliss. Team Bliss on the north side of the circle shift. MS Chonburi were on the south side, but they at least got a couple of kills from it. And I think their ability to push out, when they started to understand what was sort of happening and reading the kill feed, they pushed out. They got control. Team Bliss, maybe it took a little bit too long. I felt like they needed to probably get kills on Buriram. They definitely needed to clear out Cerberus way quicker than that. If you clear out Cerberus, and then it's a 4v4, and your position's not that bad, you can give yourselves a better chance to win that. A little bit slow, a little bit apprehensive. And you kind of look back now for Team Bliss. 3 second-place finishes. Second place with 3 kills, second place with 4 kills, second place with 1 kill. It's there. It's in the numbers. It's in the stats. But 61 points gets them only 11 points behind Archangel Predator and in front of the Expendables, 2 targets of theirs, of course, for PGC points. Obviously, as I sort of mentioned at the end of that cast, no Jordan to finish off with me for tonight. But I mean, obviously, that was the last game of the night anyway. Obviously, big thank you to everyone for tuning in as always. And a wonderful, wonderful week for PCS 7 APAC. I mean, we have had, I think, probably the most even competition for the entire PCS history for APAC. For those that maybe don't always tune into this region, of course, you know, it is kind of generally a runaway at the top or a bit of a battle for the top 2, top 3. Hello, it's just me, no Jordan. And usually the bottom portion of the lobby, basically just feed kills, feed points. But, you know, you kind of look towards the bottom and, you know, we'll get all the graphics and that coming up shortly. But, yeah, it's a very congested leaderboard, very congested. 5 teams on triple digits. And then you got a couple on 80, couple on 70, couple on 60, and then those at the bottom, high 50s. So, I mean, honestly, I can't remember a better opening week for APAC. I think by this point in PCS 6, we had basically crowned Daytrade the winners by about this point. Here's the match leaderboard. SGD, 17 points, 13 kills. They've had 89 kills. So, for SGD, they've been able to actually, this entire week, be the kill leaders, but only 39 placement points. Something to look at, I guess, going into the next week. MS Chonburi, 16 total points. Cerberus, 11. And Icarus, 8. They desperately needed that. Icarus had really started to drop off over the last 5-6 games, and it had sort of now found themselves in the bottom 4. Big result as well for MS Chonburi, another team that has been sort of inconsistent, and they find a little bit of form to close out the week and puts them into 8th spot. And Jalman, one that I've got in the fantasy league for myself. 3 kills. Not a whole lot of damage, but hey, a win's a win. In the end, you can't really be knocking the performance there of Jalman and MS Chonburi. You know, and look, not the most exciting win from MS Chonburi. We've had some really big ones. You know, T5 had a 15-kill win. SGD had a 19-kill win. 6-kill win. Sometimes that just happens. That's just PUBG. Not every single game is going to be, you know, a 20 bomb, a 15 bomb. Sometimes you just kind of get a good little circle feed. Everyone kind of takes each other out. You just pounce at the end. And that's what MS Chonburi did well. And obviously, Jiaoman, 50% of the kill proportion, a little bit of damage as well. There's that total leaderboard, as I've been sort of talking about. 20 points is the gap for Cerberus on top to SGD. And it was actually a little bit closer, from second to about fifth at one stage tonight. We were talking about single-digit difference, and now it's kind of ballooned out a little bit. SGD, Buram, massive games to sort of finish off the night. Day Trade, I mean, quite literally saw them fall off a cliff to close out tonight. I don't think you can say it any other way. They'll want to bounce back, of course, next week. Theraton 5, they too. We never got that replay, by the way. They got completely obliterated. 11th place, no kills from them to close out the night, which is probably a little bit disappointing. I would say back on day 2 yesterday, closing out the night, T5 looked like they became really a massive competitor for that top spot. So, to fall away a little bit, it's only 34 points, not too bad. Obviously still has them in a good position. There's so many teams, obviously, to sort of talk about, really, and when you can go down the list. NGE in that bottom spot, and, I'm not going to say dead last anymore. More like occupying last place, or occupying 60. So, excuse me, a lot of talking at the moment. Obviously tied on points with the Expendables, who have, unfortunately dropped off quite significantly. 16th, 8th, 8th, 14th, 15th, 14th, 14th. So, a couple of those teams obviously towards the bottom end of the standings. Now you get that chance. You get to go and obviously VOD review. You get to go and obviously spend the rest of the week trying to figure out where you can obviously, get a little bit better going into next week, which that's us done for not only this week, but obviously for tonight. So week 1, PCS 7 APAC done. Obviously still one more show for Americas, and then we go to the week-long break. But thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in again for APAC. It is the entertainment region. You're always going to have a fun night watching these games. So, of course, make sure to tune in. Next Friday night, we begin week 2 for PCS 7 APAC, and I hope to see you all there.